That's how they get you. Yeah. Yeah. You look beautiful. It's a good color for her. Yeah. Yeah, and lovely. Just lovely. You ladies just look beautiful in your kimonos. Is that from Kathy? Is that Kathy? I love the color.
just so incredible. Of the revival, you know, there was a pre-existing tea festival. So I think like Victoria's had like 17 years of tea festival.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. We're good? Yeah? Okay. You tell me, are we literally good to rock? Are we live? We are live.
Oh,
okay.
hi, great.
Right.
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, welcome. Very excited to have you here. I'm Jared. I'm president of the International Tea Appreciation Society. I'm also the owner of Jaga Silk, and I have...
I'm Jennifer Maximitz, and I'm the vice president of the Tea Association, and I have Tea Mistress Tea School on Salt Spring Island, and everyone's welcome.
And we're going to kind of baton back and forth for hosting the symposium that you're all a part of. But really what I would love to say is just a welcome, and before that, just a gratitude that we're able to have our tea festival on the unceded territories of the Lekwungen speaking peoples. Very, very grateful that we're allowed to do that and in this space. And isn't it a beautiful space?
Oh.
And just a beautiful area of the country, and we have this incredible festival in its 10th year.
10th year here on the Salish Sea in Victoria.
Yeah, it's good times.
And in such a beautiful tea community we have all over BC, and it's really nice to see familiar faces coming back every year, and
new faces.
New faces.
And some I've been knocking on their door for 10 years saying, you gotta come out. And they're
Yes,
like good friends, but they're just get so busy with, of course we all do, but they're here.
Yeah,
like
Westholme's here this year, which is
and
exciting.
Specialties is here with
And
their Samovar
Specialties
collection.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and then we have the heroes, you know, 05 Tea and Cloudwalker,
O5,
and
yep,
Daniel from the
Daniels.
Chinese tea shop, and Teacan is here, and there's so many. You just need to check out the program. For the symposium today, you know, we got a lot happening. We have the Japanese tea ceremony is what we're going to start things off with. I think we're going to go...
Urasenke School here in Victoria.
Yeah. From the, and Ayako Sensei, I've actually spent some time learning a little bit, just a little bit, a number of years ago, just a little bit.
I think it's a lifetime, Jared.
No. I've only done like maybe 5, was it 5 classes? I can't remember. Was it 5 classes? 10 classes? I don't remember how many classes, but not enough. This is a lifetime
it's
to
a
master
lifetime,
what they bring to
100%.
the table.
Maybe a few lifetimes.
Yeah, I know, right? We also have enzymatic oxidation being explored. This is something I'm really interested in that's used in tea production. We're going to talk about how that interacts with rooibos production, because we have a master of rooibos, Lovena Harvey, from the Gathering Place Trading Company, who's here this year. We also have...
collecting samovars with Irene Drmla, and she's from Specialties here in Victoria, and we've actually got some beautiful samovars in the tea ceramic gallery over there. They're absolutely breathtaking.
Which we've renamed the Rare Teaware Gallery this year because we brought in the samovars.
This is it.
And some of them are over 200 years old. Yeah, pretty cool. So you need to go check that out. There's also the...
go ahead.
Yeah, the tea garden manager training. We actually have Gayan here, who's opening up a new Sri Lankan specialty tea company.
Yes, I was there this morning.
Amazing.
I did a little tea tasting this morning with him.
Oh, very cool.
It was delicious.
Okay, so if you want to check out that
Right.
the Sri Lankan specialist, he's been a tea manager. He trained, and then he's the trainer for I think something like 20 years or more. Yeah, it's just incredible history there. And then we are joined by the owner of Westholme Tea Company. He's going to talk about some of the lessons that he's learned growing tea on Vancouver Island, a commercial scale for the last 15 years.
Yeah, excellent tea.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to have the live talk from China as our last talk. I know we always give our video producer here, Mark, a great time when we have the the live from China. So we'll just express gratitude to him for making that happen. But I hope you can have patience with us if the quality of the video isn't where we want it. We'll try to make it still into an awesome talk, just talking about the quality control points of pressing really good tea. We have workshops happening up the stairs in the tea shop. We have something like 27 different tea vendors.
27 different tea vendors.
Yeah.
And please, if you don't have a cup, I don't know if you've brought your own cup, but if you don't have a cup, we have cups available because there's lots of tea to be sampled.
Yes.
And the idea behind the merchant educators was for us all to learn, because it's an endless wheel of learning about tea. And so when you go up to the vendors, ask questions about what they're doing and how they're making and their ideas and ethos behind what they've done and brought here today.
Because something we really wanted to bring forward with this tea festival is less of an expo and more of a cultural and art sharing.
Yes.
So the tea merchant educators to us are like the musicians at a music festival.
Nice
You
one,
know,
Jared.
they
Yeah.
are the ones who are bringing the art. They are bringing the culture. So go on. Yes, they have some teas that are for sale, and please buy them. The merch. It's like the merch for a musician. It does help their projects for sure.
100%.
But they are also here to just share their myriad amounts of knowledge. Some of them multiple decades. Some really exciting stuff. And the ITAS, a new thing this year is we have the Tea Society having a table where you can. Some of the teas you buy, you can experiment with making yourself in this kind of DIY area. It also acts as a rest station. We're taking donations also for some pu'er that was donated to the festival that's going to be sent directly to helping the elderly in abandoned communities in China. That's really exciting.
That's wonderful.
And that's set up through Mimi Chiu, who's going to be the translator. You can ask her a little bit more about it at the last talk.
Okay.
And then we also have the World Tea Championship, which is, really
exciting.
way too
There's a
much
lot
fun.
of hype
Yeah.
going on around it this year.
Yeah, there is. There
It's
was a
very-
lot of energy that was put into it.
It's a good
Yeah,
laugh.
so we have aged tea specialists, we have young tea specialists, we have green tea, we have crimson tea, we have black tea, we
There's
have
pu'er.
we have so much happening.
Yes,
it's just
wonderful.
gonna
And
be amazing.
there's also the documentaries and screenings down
That's right.
at
In
Jaga
the
Silk
workshop
there,
area. Yeah.
in the workshop area.
Yeah.
And also, I just want to say that this is a real labor of love. Everybody here volunteers their time, and it's a lot of work to put on the festival, but also for all the vendors and the merchant educators that have come. They pack up everything. They come all the way to Victoria. They unpack. They're here all day. And
So grateful to them.
you're super grateful
Yeah.
because that's what makes it,
Totally.
is everybody coming together. And
And the symposium speakers.
the
and
symposium speakers are all donating their time as well.
it's just
And Jared, also you work so hard and with Jaga Silk and offering his space. And, we were here till 10 o'clock at least last night, just getting everything ready for everyone
and
because
still not near enough. Really,
it's the real spirit of tea, and we really love to share it with everybody. And I think that's what we need more in the world today is more honing in on peace and friendship and
Totally. Yeah,
and
labor of tea love. That's-
labor of tea love.
that's what it
yeah,
is.
so please enjoy. And if you feel, we do have a donation
Yeah.
on our website. And when you get home or on your phone, if you feel, all the money goes straight to the Tea Association. We're a nonprofit, and it goes to help making this event happen every year.
And we do events throughout the year here in
Yeah, we
Victoria
do.
too, and it helps to bring in some wonderful speakers and help put on some workshops and just develop the tea community here in Victoria. So thank you so much. I guess we're good to go.
I think
hey?
we're good
Okay,
to
we're good to
go.
launch.
You're
This is-
10, Jared.
Okay, we number
did
10.
it.
Big hand.
Thank you all for
Thank you so
coming.
much.
Yay, is
And-
right.
And I'll leave Jen to introduce our first.
Sure,
group.
no, please,
Okay.
please.
No, I'm good.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. One thing that I really love is every year for the Tea Festival is we open the symposium with a beautiful tea ceremony from the Urasenke School here based in Victoria. And what I love about it is that it really sets a tone. It helps us come together as a group. It helps us to hone our presence and attention. And it's also, for me, and I think that's the beauty of tea, is everyone can interpret the tea in the way that speaks to them. And for me, Japanese tea ceremony really is about infusing peace into the world and infusing love into the cup. And I might mention this just because I thought it was so beautiful. I have a beautiful teacher in Japan, Jack, and he, when you were whisking the bowl, you'll see that on one side, please correct me if I'm wrong, there's usually like a paint or some to decipher what side of the bowl is what side. And so you turn with the stroke to yourself. And he was telling me is that you whisk your heart into the bowl. And you put all your prayers and your love or any way you interpret it to be into the tea. And then when you pass it over to your guest that you're sharing with it, you turn it, and so you're turning your heart to them, and then they can drink it. So I think that that really sets a beautiful tone for the beginning of our festival, and I hope that you really enjoy. And with the most generous of hearts, I would love to welcome the Urasenke School from here we are in Victoria, and please. Please come, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, am I on? Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are the Chado Urasenke Tankokai Victoria Association. And we'd like to thank you for joining us today at the Victoria Tea Revival Festival. There's a lot of words going on here today. We're very pleased, but I also would like to start with a land acknowledgement that we are indeed sharing this moment with you on the unceded traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, also known as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. And we want to thank the caretakers for their graciousness in allowing us to practice tea in this beautiful environment. You're good. My name's Natalie, by the way, and I will be our MC today. I was about to say we're part of the Urasenke Association again for some reason, because I'm just a titch nervous. How many of you have joined us before for a tea ceremony? Oh, wonderful. We've got some return folks. Come on in. And for those of you who are new, welcome. We're very excited to share this event with you today. Today we're doing a traditional style of tea on the tatami mats. Now this was the original style of tea. And our guest today is Ayako. And she will begin by first looking at the jikyaku, or the scroll alcove. And our scroll today says wa, which stands for harmony, which we thought was very appropriate for today's event and sharing this harmony with you today.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I'll be speaking intermittently throughout the ceremony, explaining what's happening, but there'll also be periods of silence for you to just enjoy the sounds and the sights. And we do encourage questions at the end, and feel free to take photos. We just ask that you don't block the cameras for the filming. So our host is entering. This is Yaiko, and she is presenting our guest with some sweets. How many of you have enjoyed a bowl of matcha whisked the traditional way before? Oh, excellent assortment of you. How many of you found it a little bitter at first? Ah, yes. So traditionally, it's always served with a sweet to linger on your palate, and that's helps cut the bitterness of the tea and let you enjoy the full flavor. The founder of our particular tea school called Urasenke is Sen no Rikyu, and he was 1522 to 1591, so a very long time ago. And before his work with tea, it was actually reserved for the nobility. It was not something that the masses were allowed to do, and then it became available for monks as part of their traditions. But he's really one of the founders who opened it up to everyone, and he simplified it, and he made it so it was accessible for all folks to enjoy. And one of the philosophies, and Jen had touched on this, of our school is peace through a bowl of tea. And so we hope you feel some of that peace today in our ever chaotic world that we have. Now, what our host is doing right now is called fukusabaki. And please, I apologize for my Japanese pronunciation. I am not a first language speaker of it, so I'm still learning. But fukusabaki is a spiritual centering, sort of a moment to be here. It also is a ritualistic symbolization of purification to show our guests how much we care for their presence today. And it allows our host to let go of any worries or thoughts so that she can just focus on the tea ceremony itself. And one of our philosophies is wa kei sei jaku, which means, harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, which are all the emotions we want to convey while we're doing tea. Now you'll notice she used her silk cloth called the fukusa to open the lid. One of the differences between men and women when performing the tea ceremony is that men have to do it barehanded. They're not allowed to use it, and that kettle lid is quite hot because it's sitting over some almost boiling water. What our host is doing now is both warming the tea bowl and doing a purification or inspection of the whisk. Now, everything was meticulously cleaned before any guests ever arrived. But again, this just shows our care and attention to our guests. But it also has the added benefit of making sure that we both serve the tea at the right temperature and opening up the tines of the whisk to make it easier to whisk the tea so we get a really good froth on it. And it's all these subtle details that make it just a beautiful ceremony. So our host has just said, please enjoy your sweet. And while there's no clocks ever allowed in a tea ceremony, there is a timing. And my sensei, Mito sensei, described it once to me as the flowing of a river. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's quite slow. So it's never static, but allows you to enjoy everything and focus on the items as they're being utilized. Now, I encourage you to pay attention to the different ways that our host holds the hishaku, or the tea, the large water scoop. Depending on what movements she's doing or how she's adding water or what temperature the water is, she'll do different hand movements to put the ladle down. Now, our tea today, and I had to write this down because I just learned the name, is Okumi Dori. And we'd like to thank Jaga Silk for providing it for us. It's a very delicious ceremonial grade matcha. And in fact, one of our senseis at the tea school uses it in her lessons. And I do encourage you to, if you get a chance, to try it out at some point. It's got a bright, beautiful scent and flavor. Our guest has just said she will partake of the tea and also a thank you. They're not literal translations, it's more of an intent. And you'll notice that she turned the bowl so that the pattern is facing away from her. That's what's considered the front of the bowl, and that's to show humbleness. We always drink from the back of the bowl to indicate humbleness in the tea environment. So we've chosen a fall tea bowl today to reflect the season. So you'll notice it's got a beautiful pattern on it. And there are different tea bowls for different seasons or events. But it's also up to what the host wants to convey. So sometimes it'll be something that reflects the guest or the guest's interests. It might reflect the season. Or it might be a very special bowl, like, for example, a zodiac sign, if we're doing a New Year's celebration. So what our host is doing now is finishing up the tea. Because this is a demonstration, we're sort of constrained for some time, but normally, if we were doing a traditional ceremony, that would be an opportunity for the guest to indicate if they would like another bowl of tea. And if so, the host would continue making tea until the guests were satisfied. When finishing, we use a cold water to do a whisk of the bowl with the tea whisk, sorry. And that has the opposite effect. It closes the tines down and gets it ready for storage afterwards for cleaning up. I highly encourage you, if you ever have the chance to participate, to participate in a tea ceremony. You'll be able to hear the sounds of the different temperatures of the water as she's pouring it. The Natsume or tea caddy that we're using, which you can now, well, sort of half of you might be able to see, and I do encourage you to pop up if you get a chance, is actually from Vietnam. And the lovely thing about tea is that there's an opportunity, if you find something that you think would look beautiful and reflect your intent, you can go ahead and use it. It's called bitate. And our sensei actually found that Natsume in a market in Vietnam and thought, that's not for jewelry anymore, that's going to be for tea now. And that's my favorite part of the ceremony, where she added the extra water to the kettle to indicate that we're always available for tea. Now you'll notice she turned to the left when taking out the waste container, and that's because that's never to be shown directly to the guest when it's in use. It's not considered lovely enough at the time. However, she'll turn to the right because the tea bowl and the Natsume are beautiful, and the guest should have a chance to admire them. Our guest will do one more admiration of the scroll and our flower, which is dogwood, very apropos for our BC. And then I'm just going to grab her shoes. You're welcome. Thank you all so much. We hope you really appreciated that. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our host and our guest out for a quick bow. Keep going, keep going. We really appreciated being able to present the ceremony to you today, and encourage you, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you again very much. Arigatou gozaimashita. Any questions? Yes. Excellent question. The sweets are either called okashi or wagashi, depending on the type. In this case, it was I'm not sure of the English translation. It's like a jelly, but it's made with agar-agar. And so it's sort of sugary on the outside, but soft in the middle. And they're in the shape of little fishes. They're really cute. Yes? Absolutely. Today we did an osucha style. The gentleman asked the difference between okoicha and osucha. Okoicha is a thick tea, beg your pardon, and it's quite formal, very formal. And osucha is a thin tea, and is often the one you will see in movies or presented. As I mentioned before, it's the thin tea we use today is okumidori from Jaga silk. And in some ceremonies, you might actually have both. You might start with a thin and then have a thick. And they're prepared ceremonial-wise similarly, but the thick tea, when we say it's thick, it is a very thick consistency, and you would drink it, and then your job as the guest is to clean the bowl afterwards so the host can take it back. And you only get one bowl of that. The host will not continue to make you thick tea afterwards. I hope that answered your question, sir. Any other questions?
So there was a small, it looked like a small piece of wood that
Yes.
was brought in by the guest. What is that and what does that symbolize?
The guest brought in a sensu, or a small fan, and it has a lot of different meanings. The one that I learned was originally, when this was for nobility, the samurai are not allowed to bring swords into the tea room. And so it was replaced with a fan. The fan also can denote your position on the tatami mat. And we often hold it in our hand when we're bowing at the beginning of lessons and whatnot. But I do apologize, I'm not super strong on the historical facts on that one. So thank you for the question, though. Any other questions? Yes.
There's a big white thing there.
Yes, the bamboo log. I will ask Ayako-san the name, because I've forgotten it again. The name of our barrier here.
This is a kekai in Japanese, and it is a boundary, spiritual boundary.
So for those who didn't catch it, it's a keikai, and it's a spiritual boundary. It sort of denotes where the host section ends in the tea room. Good question. Yes?
I noticed the host and the guests were not facing each other, and they barely exchanged a word. What exactly is there a role for social interaction within the tea ceremony?
I am really glad you asked that. So a lot of folks have the impression that the tea ceremony itself is super formal and rigid and quiet. And in certain cases it is, if you're doing a very formal tea. But a lot of times, a casual tea, there will be conversation back and forth. The guest might ask about the scroll or the flowers, and then give the host a chance to explain their intent and why they chose the pieces they chose, and just have a lovely conversation. For our demonstration today, because we are under a little bit of time constraints, we can't do the full enjoyable, relaxed conversation. So we did sort of a slimmed down version. But great question. Yes. So it's really, while there is structure to the different types of tea, and there's hundreds of different varieties of tea ceremonies that you might have the opportunity to see. At the end of the day, the host is always looking to the guest to make sure the guest is comfortable and happy, and adjusting to account for how the guest is reacting and feeling. But the guest is also doing the same thing out of consideration for the host. So they're watching the host. How are they moving? How are they progressing? So it's a mutual consideration through and for others. One more question, then we'll wrap up. Nope. Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. I will bring Jen up to close us out, and I will awkwardly scoot out of the way. Sumimasen.
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, hi. Thank you. Arigato. It was really special, and every year it means so much that you come and share your wisdom and teaching and art. So thank you. Thank you again. Everyone, how magical was that? I know, it really infuses the room with a real sense of peace and presence, which we need more of in our life today. So I'm really glad that we could share that. We're going to take a small break. And next we've got tea production and enzymatic oxidation with rooibos. And from Lovena Harvey and the owner of the Gathering Place on Cortez. Jared's going to host this next talk because he really loves to get scientific and ask very precise questions. So I think if that is your jam, it's going to be a really exquisite, informative, and interesting talk. So thank you so much for coming, and we'll see you again in 10 minutes.
Okay, welcome back to the Tea Symposium here at the Victoria Tea Festival Revival here in our 10th year. I'm Jared Nyberg. I'm here with my guest today. I'm super stoked to have, we have Lovena Harvey, who's owner of the Gathering Place Trading Company, both existing on Cortez and Campbell River. Is that my understanding?
We founded on Cortez Island and
Right.
our manufacturing facilities in Campbell River.
Amazing. Okay. Yeah, and I'm just so interested in this topic that we're going to be going into today. Like, I've been really studying a lot about enzymatic oxidation because, of course, we talk about it a lot in tea, and you have such an awesome history of working with rooibos, and there's this excellent sort of parallel of how some of these techniques work out, and I wanted to explore and understand a little bit about that flavor transformation. But before that, you're probably going to tell us a little bit about maybe your background and who you are, and we can kind of take it from there. Does sound like a good idea?
Sounds great.
Okay, all right.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Or is it still morning? I think it's still morning. My name's Lovena Harvey, and I'm co-owner and co-founder of Gathering Place Trading. We founded our company in 2003. We were living on Cortez Island at the time. We still do. But we've moved our business now to Campbell River. So we're a Canadian family-owned company that sources organic teas directly from countries around the world and spices. And we try to only we try to only support family farms or cooperative farms, and we go directly, so we have that direct relationship. But our story didn't begin in Canada, it began in South Africa, and it began with a cup of rooibos tea.
Right.
Yes.
So, how long ago was that?
That was in 2003.
2003,
yeah.
Okay.
So our story begins in 2003 when my husband Ryan and myself and two of our children were traveling in a 1972 VW camper van around South Africa. And one afternoon in the Cedarburg Mountains, we got lost. And fate landed us on the doorstep of France and Gerda, van der Westenhuizen, in a small town called Kraafwater. And they are third generation rooibos farmers. And so when we arrived at the farm, without hesitation, they invited us in, not knowing who we were at all. And they offered us a cup of rooibos. And it turned out that that cup of rooibos was unlike anything we had ever tasted. It was rich, smooth, slightly sweet, full of life. And I had been drinking rooibos for my 2 pregnancies. And at that point, I had a third one that also I drank a ton of rooibos. And so I was used to tasting rooibos, but this was unparalleled rooibos. So we were so moved that we asked if we could bring the tea to Canada. And they agreed, and over the next several months, we chatted with them repeatedly, and we ended up requesting an unorthodox trade because when we arrived on the farm doorstep, they fell in love with our camper van. It was a really cool 1972 VW, and so we ended up agreeing to trade our camper van for a ton of tea. So that is how our company was founded.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so at the time we were organic farmers, and we were called Gathering Place Organic Farms, so we just became Gathering Place Trading Company.
Did they drive you to the airport and then take the VW, or did they?
No, how did that work? I can't even remember, but somehow we...
Just thinking about the logistics here. Like, this is pretty awesome, but I hope you didn't take the ton and walk it to the airport.
We did not.
Okay,
we were too scared to bring 1,000 kilos of tea to Canada when we didn't even have a business here yet.
Yeah,
so,
amazing. Cool.
Yeah, we kind of had to beat the tea home. We sent only 200 kilos, and France, the farmer, he wrote us a promissory note for the remaining 800 kilos in Afrikaans. We still have that piece of paper. It's pretty cool. And he said he would forward the rest of the 800 kilos once we got settled back in Canada, and we had actually created a company. Right. So we did that.
Yeah.
And the rest is history, as they say.
Super cool.
So over time, we've come to know Franz and Gerda really deeply. Franz holds a PhD in botany.
Okay.
So he's an incredible steward of the land. Well, not just because of that, but in addition to being an expert in his field.
And may I just, that cup of tea that you had, that first one that just kind of blew your mind.
Yeah.
You said you'd had rooibos through your 2 pregnancies, but this one was extra special because it was full of, do you think it was just made differently than any way you'd ever had it made, as well as just the quality level and if I was going to link, I know we're going to go through this, but just is it you were just tasting really good process, or what do you think, looking back on that now, was grabbing your attention so much that it inspired your work?
Yeah, thank you for asking. That's a great question. I think it was because just of the quality of the rooibos. So up until then, I had only drank just supermarket rooibos from supermarkets in South Africa.
Okay. So tea bags.
Because Ryan's family, my husband's family, lives in South Africa. We had just bought, and no offense to Fresh Pack, but Fresh Pack is a common brand in South Africa, and it's just kind of like the average tea, and it may have been stored in a silo or a warehouse for years, and they don't take like the care and the craftsmanship.
I call tea bags a bit of an unhappy accident. There's well, because I don't want to say that, and it sounds horrible, but it's just, I think it just changed a lot of the way that we drink tea.
Yeah.
My understanding is that silk sachets were packed with tea, sent back to England, and then they were just mistakenly dunked into water and made into tea, and that's how it started. And then it turned into a thing, and it's a whole industry. In their defense, they're quite convenient.
Yes.
But I think there's a bit of smoke and mirrors, because what ends up happening is it'll feel cheap, but that's because there's 1.25 grams in them, or there's just such a small amount of tea in there, processed quite finely, so that you get more extraction out of it. But it can be problematic, and when you do compare that to somebody making a craft beverage, it's like night and day, right? Like suddenly you have texture, you have richness, you have warmth, you have life, like you were talking about. And I imagine they were doing the full leaf extraction.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
may have been one of, or the first time that you had it that way, is my understanding.
Yeah, I think it was probably the first time I had ever had loose leaf rooibos.
And a much higher dose than you'd have in the tea bag, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And for me, I've had the rooibos from you and from others, but I in particular love what Franz and Gerda produce for you, and I think it's amazing that you found them. But sorry, I interrupt.
Yeah, and we found them, like I said, by chance.
Okay.
Yeah. So so just a little bit about the way that Franz farms. So he farms regeneratively, but long before this term became popular, now you hear it all the time. Regenerative farming, but. So he builds swales to slow the water across the slopes. He digs reservoirs for rainwater storage for during the dry seasons.
Okay.
And then he harvests gently from the same plants year after year, whereas many of the rooibos farmers, they're harvesting the plants every year, or maybe every second or third year, which is causing desertification of this really delicate semi-arid ecosystem where the rooibos grows.
And once it's gone, it's gone.
And once it's gone, it's gone. Yeah.
And regenerative farming, I'm one of, I guess apparently it's a buzzword, but I don't know what it means. Is it, I assume it means being able to just use the same land and keep giving back to it so that it keeps producing? Is that if you were going to define it?
I would say it's more closed loop. It's really looking at the whole ecosystem. It's building the soil and improving the soil, whereas traditional farming depletes the soil, and then you need to add fertilizers, or you need to add, other amendments to the soil. But he's not adding any amendments to his soil. Rooibos is incredibly deep-rooted, and so it brings up all the minerals from the subsoil.
Right.
Yeah, so he, as I say, he harvests gently from the same plant every year, and he really protects this fragile semi-arid ecosystem from erosion and desertification. So I feel like his care of the land is exemplified in the flavor of the rooibos.
You really can taste that, because you do. Do you ever, to this day, compare it against other rooibos, and you confirm to yourself that this is just awesome stuff? Because I've done that, and I'm like, time and time again, very impressed with their
Yeah.
work. So
Yeah, no, I'm always quite shocked that of what some of the other rooibos out there taste like.
Yeah.
And then, of course, when you go to tea shops, and
Yeah.
again, no offense to tea shops, but often the rooibos is flavored with like flavorings
Yeah.
instead of just with spices and goodness. And anyways,
and and flavoring tea is definitely a thing.
yeah,
I'm personally very
absolutely.
interested though in the unique characteristics of unflavored teas that are just brought about through things like good production techniques. Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. So just a little bit about rooibos. So of course it is not from the black tea plant. It's actually a legume. It's known as Aspalathus linearis.
Okay.
And so this leguminous plant is incredibly unique to South Africa. So rooibos means red bush in Afrikaans, and it's known as a fynbos. And so fynbos is wild bush. Fyn is wild in Afrikaans. Of which there are 12,000 species in South Africa.
Oh wow.
And that's in just the kind of Cape area. So that is known as the Cape Floral Kingdom, and it's one of the biodiversity hotspots in the world.
Oh wow.
And there's 6 biodiversity hotspots, and of the 6, it's the smallest and the richest in the world. It has more species of fynbos than or more biodiversity than any of those biodiversity hotspots. So rooibos grows in one small region of South Africa, the Cederberg Mountains, and it's the only place in the world it grows, and it grows in an area of like 200 to 300 square kilometer area. And that's it. But rooibos is prepared and enjoyed like black tea, and its processing has surprising similarities, especially when it comes to the enzymatic oxidation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are people familiar with what that means, enzymatic oxidation? Because we're talking about an enzyme. It's polyphenol oxidase, generally with tea, that's used to darken the leaves. And where you pause that enzyme's work, it is often one of the various factors that are going to help attribute that to a particular tea genre. So green teas, yellow teas, white teas, red teas, blue teas, black teas, a lot of times just where they sit in that kind of color spectrum is somewhat defined by where we do what's called kill green. So we deactivate that enzyme that's browning the leaves. To make a green tea, for example, you would heat the leaves up past 80 degrees centigrade within 23 hours of harvest, and that's going to give you a green tea because you've deactivated the enzyme before it's browned the leaves. You go into, say you want to make yourself oolong, you're going to go all the way to withering the leaves until they lose about 20% of their moisture and darken a little bit, and then you're going to do the kill green, which is again bringing it past 80 degrees, and that's going to kill that enzyme. So how you manage and manipulate that enzyme during the oxidative production process is going to help to make a really define where that tea is. It's a bit of a gray area, but that's how we're defining. It's the same plant that makes white teas, yellow teas, green teas, blue teas, red teas, black teas, but it's control over that enzyme and passive and active oxidation.
Yeah. So basically, another word for enzymatic oxidation is fermentation.
This is, I always tell people that, I disagree. I'm just I don't think it's true fermentation because I know that there's true, so true fermentation to me involves a bacteria.
Right.
So, if I'm going to do, kombucha or sourdough or yogurt, right, there's some inoculant. I mean, obviously when you let something sit and it's wet, there's going to be a little bit of fermentation happening. But I think that
it's not fermentation in the pure sense.
Whereas oxidation is just like a development of a breakdown of the cell walls. It's like a decay. And fermentation does contribute to oxidation. But I don't think they're one and the same. Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Anyway, that's just an opinion. But
well, I guess it's sometimes easier when people are like, "What is oxidation?" It's just
totally.
it's like the changing of the plant. So
sure.
So in rooibos, this natural reaction happens when enzymes in the plant cell are exposed to oxygen after the leaf is cut or bruised. So basically, the rooibos comes from the field as a green plant, and it comes in these bundles. And they quickly get them back to the kind of manufacturing area because it will start to change
Of course.
color just when it's bundled. And then they put it through a chipping machine. And
It's bark that we're working with, right? It's not like like leaf
well,
or fruit or anything.
it's needle-like leaves.
Needle-like
yeah.
leaves. Oh,
So
interesting.
the closest thing that that I would compare it to here would be like a Scotch broom plant.
Okay. Yeah, they're genetic
because-
relatives, right?
Yeah, because it's a legume as well.
Right.
And so it's kind of got needle-like leaves, and then there is some twiggy sticks, especially at the base. But when they're harvesting the rooibos, they're harvesting this year's growth, and so they're kind of taking, you know, like probably bundles about or growth about this big. They're cutting it. They stick it between their knees as they harvest, and they work their way down the row until they have a bundle about this big, and then they wrap it in like a kind of like a little burlap sack and tie it, and then they put those bundles into the truck, and then they bring the bundles to the warehouse. Then they line up these bundles on a conveyor belt that heads towards the chipper, and then they kind of expertly put it through this chipping machine, and it spits out then this very green chlorophyll-y small leaves. They then will take that out onto the drying pans, and they put it into a long windrow.
Okay.
And I remember the very first time I saw this happen, you know, 20-something years ago, the thing that surprised me was they then wet the tea.
Right.
I was like, wow, why would you wet tea after you dry it? But it's because of the oxidation process that they're doing that. And so then they wet the pile, and it's in a nice, neat kind of long windrow. They cover it with burlap sacks, and then they leave it overnight. So there's a lot of heat developed there. Oh, one thing that I didn't mention is our farmer, he waits until the hottest days. There has to be 3 days
really
where
hot.
the temperature is 40 degrees Celsius or more, and then that gives him the signal that he can harvest. Whereas,
interesting.
and we look on other farms and other people are already harvesting, but he waits until it gets hot, 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 and then harvests the tea. So there's a ton of heat locked into those plants.
That's really interesting because there's two things that are paralleling tea here, right? One is like in yellow tea, the whole piling and then putting blankets over top is a really important part of making yellow tea.
Okay.
And then another thing that's really interesting is just this concept of passive and active oxidation. So active oxidation is literally like mauling it or crushing it or like doing all these things to it. But another important part is just passive oxidation. So managing the room, how warm it is, you know, how moist it is, just sort of your ambient environment and how that impacts things. So it looks like there's two very clear parallels there already. This kind of piling process and this and the blanket thing. That's more of like an active involvement, and then he's also waiting for that temperature to kick in for that right moment. And they talk about pre-Qingming in China, and they're harvesting at sometimes it's not ready. They're harvesting it before a particular date because it's going to get them a better price.
Okay.
But the really good farmers, in my opinion, wait until the tea is ready.
Uh-huh.
So in this case, it's, you know, assessing that
Yes.
and making sure that it's ready, and that's going to involve that heat spell.
Yeah. Which of course is like also the most uncomfortable time to be out there in the fields. Like you can't
Over 40? Wow.
Yeah, you can't even step in the sand. It's so hot, you know, with bare feet.
Sure.
So chipping, putting in a pile, wetting the pile. It's bright green. Cover it with burlap sacks. And then that probably is happening at around, noon, let's say.
Okay.
And then that is, one extra step they do before the burlap sacks is they run over it with a tractor.
Really?
Tractor
Wow.
tires.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but that tractor is only on the drying pans. The only
Okay,
thing
so
the
it's a-
tractor
it's
is
a
used
special-
for. A special,
What do we call
a
that?
special small
Yeah,
tractor
yeah.
that is used
Dedicated.
to bruise.
That's the word.
Dedicated,
Yeah.
is used to bruise the leaves, and so they brew. That's what really makes then the leaves get bruised, and
That's
then
that maceration, like in tea as well.
and then they rake it back into the pile. So bruise it, then cover it overnight, and when we get out there at 6 a.m. the next morning, it is completely red.
Yeah.
The whole
That's so
pile
cool.
is red. So overnight, green to red, and then they have a machine where they go along and it sprays the tea
Again.
out onto the drying pans.
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
so it's like the tractor scoops and sprays the tea out. So then there's a thin layer covering the
Sure.
drying pans.
Kind of a mechanization of something that was probably quite arduous in the past.
Yes, that they would have had to do it all by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the tea dries just for that day,
Cool.
and then by the end of that day,
Mhm.
it's brought back into the manufacturing plant. It is steam sterilized at that point.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Steamed and then dried again, or
I think that I actually don't know that process intimately, but they
Okay.
do have. It's just like what they're required to do for
see.
export.
I see.
They're required to like pass it through because it's been outdoors, and it's like what makes the export. Because it's very controlled, the rooibos export industry, as you can imagine, because they want to maintain
Sure.
the status of the rooibos industry in South Africa. So so it's
are there like sort of maximum licenses that are allowed and this kind of control like you see in the wine industry or the tea industry in Taiwan? Like, or is anybody just allowed to go and buy property in Rooibos in Cedarburg and
well, I
harvest
think
rooibos?
that would be the issue, would be finding the area where the rooibos actually grows. Yeah.
Yes. And certain countries have certain of limitations on who's allowed to do it to sort of, maintain quality control standards and also to prevent oversaturation of the market.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, and then just a little bit about rooibos, because I didn't mention about the fact that rooibos is caffeine-free. It's really high in minerals and antioxidants. It's safe to drink for all people, pregnant women, children, and even infants. In fact, in South Africa, it's a well-known cure for colic in babies. And so, like, for hundreds of years, people have been using it
Really good for breathing,
in babies' bottles. So it's, and why it's so good for colic is it contains quercetin, which is a potent flavonoid and antioxidant, which has anti-inflammatory, antihistamine, and antispasmodic properties.
I've heard of many asthmatics who benefit from making rooibos part of their regime.
Yeah. And the minerals, rooibos has calcium, magnesium, zinc, phosphorus, iron, potassium, and because it's a legume, it's incredibly deep-rooted, so it's bringing up all those nutrients from the subsoil.
Very mineralizing. Yeah. Well, that's really cool.
Yeah, so what have I not talked about yet?
I love just the whole connection to red teas, though. Just that browning. Like when you were talking about it, when I was in Mandokoro, I helped some farmers make some red tea or black tea that we call in North America.
Can you tell me about
like,
red tea?
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, red tea is black tea. So
Okay.
so red tea is called red tea at origin, but
Yeah.
when the English started selling it, they renamed it black tea. But black tea already existed,
Oh.
so we have to call it dark tea. So at origin, what we call black tea is called red tea or crimson tea.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. And what it is it's just that enzymatic oxidation, but taking it all the way to it's lost around 80% of its moisture before they do the kill green process, before they deactivate the enzyme.
Okay.
A lot of times this is done through pan firing to get that heat.
Yeah.
But when they crush it, which is similar, they have they call it, I don't know the name in English, but it's called a junenki in Japanese. And
Okay.
it's like a unit that has like a big weight and it like crushes the leaves.
Yeah.
And then they take those leaves and they put them into sort of into a room with ambient temperature and humidity control.
Yeah.
And that's going to get it a number of hours in there after it's been crushed. And the same thing happens, this kind of rusting of the leaf. Like suddenly it comes out of there and it's so red. It's really cool.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. And then they bake
Yeah.
it off to like give it a toasting, almost like a firing. It'd be cool to fire rooibos.
Yeah.
Okay, like to roast it a bit.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
would be. But that's interesting because, as a red, rooibos means red bush, and so a lot of people call it red tea. And,
Sure,
in
yeah.
the, has anyone read the Alexander MacLeod books? Is that his name? No, maybe that's the ones of the detective in Botswana,
Okay,
and she's
okay,
always
okay.
drinking red tea,
Okay.
red bush tea. Anyway, so I've often found it confusing that black tea is called red tea
Sure.
because everybody calls rooibos red
yeah.
tea.
It's called red tea at origin because the color of the extraction.
Right.
It's this beautiful amber, this red. Some of them are really noticeably crimson in color.
Okay.
And it's about that liquid color post-extraction rather than the color of the leaf itself. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Yes, so as I mentioned, rooibos is naturally caffeine-free, so that's why people love it, because it brews like this dark, rich color, so you
Sure.
can have it with milk and sweetener like you would a black tea. So some people that are regular rooibos buyers say, you know, I'm the person that doesn't like tea, but I like rooibos.
Sure.
And yeah, you can have it with milk and sweetener if you so desire. Also, it's deeply rooted in South African culture. It's been around as long as time. And we had a brief little discussion about like the actual fermentation, oxidation process of rooibos, and whether that was, colonial, founded by the Dutch who settled South Africa, or whether it was.
Because I was misinformed that there was green rooibos, and then the Dutch brought tea processing techniques, and what you were correcting me and saying, no, that's actually this style of processing rooibos, this kind of green version, and this enzymatically oxidized version are both indigenous to the country and have existed for, more. I wonder how long.
I would say thousands of years.
Since time immemorial.
Yeah. Because there was the Khoi people that were there. There was the San people that were there. Eventually, those tribes commingled and they became the Khoi San, and they were the desert kind of dwellers, or who lived in the semi-arid ecosystem. And there's much proof that they always harvested the rooibos and just pounded it and left it overnight to turn it into the red rooibos. So I think that they would drink it both green and red, and that actually does also bring up another point, which so there is such a thing as green rooibos, and so green rooibos is, we call unfermented rooibos, or non-oxidized rooibos. And so basically, when they want to make the green rooibos, they take those bundles straight from the field and rush them back to the warehouse in even half truckloads sometimes, because they don't want that oxidation to start, and then they chip it and then they spray that out onto the drying pans, and then it's dried and it's locked as green, and the green is higher in antioxidants, higher in minerals, because it hasn't gone through that oxidation
this is totally
process.
Green tea. I mean, in Japan, it's like 95% green tea production, and they actually have fans in the back of the trucks that are blowing air on the leaves, and then they bring them and they drop them off at the factory, and there's all these powerful fans just blowing the tea constantly, just trying to prevent that redding, because redness in a green tea is a flaw, right?
Right.
So that's interesting that I wonder how many plants there are out there that have either had this kind of traditional interaction where they're doing this kind of enzymatic oxidation, and not just, because there's a very simple process where a person could harvest an herb and do a very passive drying, and that's going to be beautiful. It's going to be great, but it's so interesting the kinds of flavor complexity that you can achieve through this crushing and this, hitting it with, say, like a little bit of water, or like rolling it a bit, or firing it and letting it kind of rest, and then, coming back. And I wonder also just how a person goes about improving that. Have you seen, for example, in the world of rooibos, have you seen France and Gerda just have a very consistent product from year to year, or do you see that it just gets better and better? And if so, how are they achieving that?
Yeah, I think it is a very consistent product, because they are third-generation farmers themselves, now passing it on to their son, fourth-generation farmer. So they themselves have been doing this for more than 50 years.
Amazing.
And then their forefathers, foremothers before that. In fact, the house that they live in, because it gets so hot in South Africa, the walls are about this thick, and when you walk through the doors, you kind of have to duck to walk through the doors. I think people used to be smaller, so it's like the original house from 2 generations previous. I should also mention, because it's something that's really important to us, the fair trade nature of the tea. So, in order for a tea to be considered fair trade in South Africa, it needs to be grown by indigenous peoples and to be processed by indigenous peoples. But we know, because we've known France and Gerda for 22 years, we know that they actually loaned the money to the Indigenous Tea Cooperative for them to buy their first tractor. We know that they actually do all the processing of the fair trade tea because they don't have the facilities to do it, and they even lease some of their land for the fair trade tea to happen on their property. So they're very enmeshed in the upliftment and betterment of the local community, which we super appreciate. And and they of course provide housing and schooling and all of those things that we always look for when we're looking for partners. Sure. They kind of ticked all the boxes, which is probably why we fell in love with them 23 years ago.
Whenever I'm looking for a connection, it's always real people that are actually getting their hands dirty in the soil and participating in the process, and ideally have family going back that have been doing it for a long time. It just seems to make a big difference, and that's not always the norm. It's by far not the norm, right? The norm, I think, is going to be a lot bigger operations, suit and tie, telling people what to do, and then just, and you can have some pretty cool operations within that world where they're careful about certifications and treating people well and proving it with, all of these different things. But it's nice when you can have, they're helping out the local community. Is it a huge operation? Is it a fairly medium-sized? How would you describe what they're doing?
Like their operation?
Yeah.
I would say in the rooibos world, it's probably one of a bigger farm,
Sure.
Because they've been doing it for so long, and and so they own quite a lot of land, and because it's this particular area where the rooibos grows, it's hard to grow in other places. So I would say that in the scheme of things, but you don't have that feeling when you go there. When you go there, it feels very mom and pop, and we have we have a barbecue with them, and I remember being like, where does this lamb come from that we're eating? And they're like, over there, and there's some sheep on the other side of the fence. Is where they're pointing at. So they're very sustainable, and and we're just it feels very homey and and very family like.
Have you ever seen them experiment with their different with other plants? Has anybody ever taken this process for making rooibos and used it for maybe other varieties of the plant? Or you said there's 1,500 or more, or maybe any other botanicals that they're working with and applying a similar production technique to? Or is it a major focus on rooibos and not really doing these kinds of experiments?
Yeah, so those folks, they only do rooibos, but this exact same process of enzymatic oxidation happens with honeybush tea.
Right, of course.
And so in honeybush, there's a little bit more of a story there. There's 4 different varieties of honeybush, with the most superior variety being the wild mountain honeybush.
Sure.
And so largely the wild mountain honeybush, which is the one that we sell, it grows only
Why is it superior?
wild crafted. Well, I believe that it's a wild crafted plant exclusively. So of course, when something grows just wild in its natural environment, it's in its premium location that the plant chose to grow there and has chose to grow there from time immemorial.
Yeah.
And so I think that that natural selection process quite possibly makes it so superior. But also, it just really is the flavor profile of that wild mountain honeybush. It's
when you compare it, it's like night and day again.
I mean, maybe you would have to be more of have drunk honeybush for a long time to kind of really be able to really taste the difference, but I sure do. And I think it's also elevation. It's grown at a higher elevation, which then just, I think, makes for a finer plant.
They've proven this in lab studies too, that higher elevation of a similar cultivar or variety is going to create a greater concentration of volatile oils and really interesting flavor complexity. Slowing down the growth of a plant is really good for flavor development.
Okay.
So you get like non-irrigated olive oil, or you get these, these teas growing at really high elevations, or maybe off of the tea belt where they're growing in a little bit of a different area. It's harder for them to grow. Oftentimes, if something grows really quickly and really well, it doesn't necessarily mean it's concentrating flavor.
Yeah.
So it's often better if at least it's coming out of a slow growing stage rather than just
Yes.
kicking ass all day long kind of thing with its growth.
Yeah. When we originally went to this honeybush farm, we were about 20 kilometers, kind of as the crow flies, from where they told us the farm was. And so we called them and we said, okay, we'll see you in about, a half an hour. And they said, where are you right now? And we told them where they were, and they were like, you mean about an hour and a half? And it was this winding single track dust road, sheer drop,
high elevation.
up. I gotta say, I might have cried a couple times on the way there from fear. And you meet another vehicle. One of you has to back up.
Oh my God.
Down this kind of single track road. But it was worth it. When we came to the honeybush farm, it was just this oasis valley, and then they took us up into where they harvest the honeybush, and it's basically just like 4,000 hectares of land where just these honeybush plants just naturally grow. So
Cool.
yeah,
That's
so
pretty
they do the same. They do the same.
So there are other
oxidation
plants,
process.
and honeybush is probably the main other plant that is being processed in a similar way and achieving some awesome results.
That's right.
Is there more that you would like to discuss? I was going to open up to question and answer, but I don't want to miss any final
Let's see.
major points that you
did I have
wanted to.
anything else? Yeah, no, not really. I think we pulled it all out
Amazing.
as we were talking. Everything I wanted to share. So yeah,
Wonderful.
open to
Okay.
questions. Absolutely.
Do we have any questions for Lovena about rooibos and these oxidation processes? Yes.
The enzyme that you're talking about, that's in the plant already, or is it like something that's added to that process?
Yeah, great question. No, so there's nothing that's added. So I believe it's like aspalathin is the active enzyme in this Aspalathus linearis, which is the plant, the rooibos plant, and so yeah, it just naturally turns red when chipped and crushed and left overnight, effectively. Or left for a period of time.
And for our viewers, the question was: is the enzyme added, or was it pre-existing in the plant? And so I'm repeating that backwards, but the answer just there, that it's something that's already inside, and it's just a bit of a management of that, isn't it? I like to talk about enzyme management, and like how long do you let it do its magic, and at what sort of speed, and that's going to also be a huge participant in flavor development. So, yeah. Any other questions? Okay, yeah, go for it.
You mentioned that there's a whole bunch of different varieties of rooibos. So is there only one variety that is generally farmed?
So may I repeat the question?
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is you mentioned earlier was that there's many different varieties of rooibos, but is just one variety that's farmed?
Yeah, so actually for rooibos, there is only one rooibos, but there's many fynbos. Fynbos is just the same species of plant, so honeybush is also a fynbos. And so fynbos basically are these like low-lying shrubs. So just like here, we have a forest, and in the forest, there's cedar trees, there's pine trees, there's maple trees, spruce, hemlock. In South Africa, there is no forest. The forest is all these shrubs that are small, medium, large, and these shrubs make up this dense biodiversity that we find in this Cape floral kingdom, of which all these varieties of fynbos belong. And so there's 12,000 varieties of fynbos. So like I say, it's one of the most biodiverse regions in the whole world. It's just the tip of South Africa.
Very cool. Yeah, and I want to just end saying that I'm personally super interested in this because I think there's so much opportunity to, say, use some local botanicals and apply similar techniques that you see in rooibos production or you see in tea production, and it'd be so interesting to just explore this kind of flavor development. And I've had some fireweed. There was actually a fellow who used to have his wares here at the Tea Festival Revival a number of years ago that was just fantastic. Requiem teas. I don't think it is going any longer, but it was great to see him take fireweed and do similar enzymatic oxidation processes as you see for green,
I tasted
red.
that too.
Very cool, right? So, and
Yeah.
I think that it's getting more and more popular in Scandinavian countries too again. So some really great potential, I think, that people can draw from these historical processes that you see in tea and that you see in rooibos. So I really appreciate your knowledge sharing and that
thank
you've joined
you.
us today. I'm super grateful that you made this time. So thank you,
Yeah.
Lovena.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Awesome. And then
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun. Oops.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the International Tea Appreciation's annual Victoria Tea Festival Revival held here in Nuka Court. We're really grateful to be here, and we're really grateful that you are all here. And it's been a wonderful festival thus far. I've had so many people from all different walks of life come through the door. There's 26 different merchant educators here this year. There's a Gong Fu tea competition. There's our symposium with some excellent speakers. There's also a workshop area and documentary film area. And it's our 10th anniversary. So it's very exciting, and I'm really glad that you can all be here, and everybody online as well. Thank you for tuning in. I just want to remind everybody that we're all here for the love, and we're a nonprofit society, and we miraculously make this happen every year. And especially with all the cuts to arts and culture funding, it's been a bit more challenging every year to make sure that we can keep the festival going. So if anybody would like to donate, you can do that online at the International Tea Appreciation Society website, and or at the front door when you came in. So thank you so much. And I am really excited about our talk today. And I don't know if you've had a chance to go into the gallery, but there are some incredible samovars in there. And the reason why there is that Irene Drmla is here from Specialty Tea, and her family for many generations have been experts and collectors of samovars. So I am excited to learn a lot more, because I don't know much besides the basic appreciation of the beauty and the aesthetic of them.
Yep.
And so everybody, please, let's have a welcome applause for Irma coming today.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as she said, today we're going to I'm inviting you to journey with me across the continents, but not through time, tradition, but through tradition and tea. Our guide, a humble yet iconic samovar. You may have seen one in a museum or heard about them in Russian novels, or maybe even your grandma's kitchen. I personally have seen one in my uncle's living room. He was originally from Iran. The gold one in the back room, that was his. It came with a hookah pipe. Don't ask us what happened to the hookah pipe, but the uncles are still upset. We wrecked it. Tug of war does not work with a hookah pipe. So a samovar is a unique antique. It is sorry, I am not a public speaker.
You're doing great.
It is a symbol of hospitality, a marvel of design, and a cultural icon. It transcends borders and cultures. So the word samovar actually means self-brewing or self-boiler. It originated in Russia. We think, although the Persians and Central Asia does take some credit for it, the first manufacturers were in a place called Tula. It is just outside of Moscow, where where it became the epicenter of samovar production. The Tula metal workers craft samovars in brass, copper, and then later in silver and in gold. The one that my uncle has is actually brass on the bottom, gold plated on top, which is very, very, thank you.
Irene, do you mind if I go grab it?
Sure.
And then we can show everybody?
Sure, yeah.
Do you want to continue talking and I will grab it?
Okay, sounds good.
Then we can see. Yeah.
In the 19th century, the samovars were everywhere, in homes, train stations, inns, and even military campaigns. They weren't just an appliance.
Can you help me grab some samovars for the talk?
They were a status symbol. Wealthy families commissioned metal workers to engrave them with floral motifs, family crests, and even gold plating, like I said my uncle's has. During the Soviet era, samovars took on a more industrial look. They've become more streamlined, less ornamentation, things like that. They also became electric because, of course, we all of a sudden had electric power. But the true essence of a samovar has never disappeared. Okay, so this is my uncle's.
Thank you.
So,
And can you bring a couple up for us? So do you mind
sure. Okay.
telling us a little bit about
So
it? Because
let's just skip through that. So the samovar comes in parts. We have our body, where we would fill hot water into. Now this one, being the modern one, is actually electric, so it has the electric coils. The older ones will have had, I think this is an old,
Is this an
nope,
older-
that's not an old one. The older ones will have a chimney that go down the center where you would throw in charcoal or briquettes or even pieces of wood. So this will hold your hot water, and this will hold your concentrate of tea. So when you are ready to have your cup of tea, you will take the concentrate up here, fill your cup with however much you want, and then dilute it with the water from the bottom
Oh,
to get it to the strength of what you would like. That way, because this is a universal household item, everybody can make the tea exactly how they want. Now, in Iran, where this one was from, you would take the tea and then you would put a sugar cube in your mouth, and then you would sip the tea through the sugar cube. In Russia, where this one is from, you would actually fill your cup quite much ways, and then you would take a slice of strawberry jam, plump that on top, and that's how you would drink it.
no. Strawberry jam?
You get your vitamin C, your sugar, especially in the winter, it could not, scurvy.
That's incredible. I didn't know that.
Yeah, scurvy was really bad in Russia because they couldn't get enough fruits and vegetables in this winter.
So you would put the jam right
in
inside.
the tea. The,
Okay,
yeah.
and this would be this
This would be the body, hot water, and then unfortunately, through years, the teapot is the first thing that always goes. I have lots of samovar bodies, very few teapots that go with it. So yeah, so like I say, this one is also an electric, because in the back. But in the old days, they would have a chimney that would go straight down here.
Can you bring the one with the chimney? Thank you. Let's take a look, hey? Yeah, it's wonderful to see. Oh, question, yes.
Does the teapot not cover the chimney then?
No, because it would have little holes for the water. You want the steam to come up through the chimney to keep your teapot hot on top. So that would keep the tea warm all day.
Here, let's
So
swap
this-
over.
This is a true one. So this one also,
Thank you, Irene.
has a second
Thank you so
chimney.
much.
because this one is used in Morocco or in Turkey for green tea. So you don't want the water too hot. So there is the chimney. So they would throw their briquettes down there, and then it has a, well, it used to be able to open. I'm
When-
not going to force it.
When is this one from? How old is this one?
This one is from, we think it is made in Turkey,
Okay.
but it was a Moroccan gentleman who gave it to us. So it is made in Turkey for Morocco. And the reason being, with the green tea, you want the water, the steam, to cool down. Yeah,
And,
this
and
way.
what year would you say this is from?
This is 1900s, so
Oh,
early
wow.
1900s.
Okay. And is this something you would find in someone's home or in a tea house?
This
or
one, from the size, I would say would have been in somebody's house,
Okay.
tea house. We have other ones that are really big, bellied ones that are Russian. They came from a train station or a mayor's office, because they actually have tea stamps on them. So in Russia,
What's a tea stamp?
a tea stamp is for that you paid your tea taxes.
Oh.
So yes, in Russia, you had to pay your imperial royal tea taxes in order to have a samovar in a public place. So if you wanted it in a train station or the mayor's office or any place like that, restaurant, you had to pay your taxes.
Was it?
always.
Do you think it was because it was so popular and
It
it was an
a
easy
bec-
tax?
It was an easy tax. Tea is the most popular drink in the entire world.
I can attest to that.
And especially the Russians, they love their tea. So yes.
And what can you tell us a little bit more about this one?
So this is the story of the 7 kings.
Okay.
So they are on here, and it is a very traditional Iranian Persian design.
It's beautiful.
Like I say, gold plated. Like I say, it came with a lot more. It had cups, it had the hookah pipe, it had everything to go with it, and it would have been used on special occasions only because
Okay.
of the plating and things like that. Now, for my aunt, it was her wedding gift from my uncle's family, but they had an everyday samovar at home too, which was just plain. It was not ornamented. When family comes, this would be pulled out. It would show a status of wealth.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So yeah.
And so I'm curious, just because I love brewing,
Mhm.
this would be it would have to be really strong. How would you brew it?
Throw the tea leaves in.
Yes, and just dense, thick brew.
Yeah.
Okay.
When my uncle used to make tea,
Yep.
he would pour it on when he wasn't doing Samovar style. He would pour it on, and I would walk over straight away and pour myself a cup of tea, because if you let it steep for the 2 minutes, it would be so strong. And they don't take milk.
Oh, that's the sugar.
Yes,
That's why you've got the
you
sugar.
cube in your mouth. Yeah.
And is it black tea? Or?
Always in Iran, it would always be black.
Okay.
It might have saffron in it if
Oh.
it's a special occasion, but usually they will use an Iranian. They do grow their own tea, so it would be an Iranian black tea, or they would use Georgia tea, so from Georgia. So because they have a very close relationship with Georgia and Turkey as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Please.
When you were talking about the teapot at the top,
Yeah.
is it brewed though?
The top will have the brewed tea in it.
It's very concentrated.
Very, very strong, yes.
Yeah, and then you
welcome.
add the water to
Yeah,
how you
so
want to
the-
dilute it.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
So you would pre-brew the tea and then put it on the samovar, and the water in the samovar would just keep warm.
Yes.
or what?
Yeah. And then you would dilute it with the water from beneath as well. Yeah. Right. Mhm. Yeah, exactly. So you would put it underneath. You would put your cup in, so it would catch any of the splashes. Also, being a Muslim country, they would have they have a bigger one where they would actually first have to wash their hands before they would even be able to touch the samovar. But that is just a religious thing. Yeah.
Lars, do you think we could swap a few of these up? She's got an incredible collection back there, and is everybody enjoying looking at the collection and discussing them? Yeah, me too. Please.
Mm-hmm.
That had the story of the 7 kings.
Yes.
Quick overview of that. What is the story?
Oh, so the 7 kings, as far as I remember, I heard it last when I was a child, is they were 7 brothers, and they became the kings of Persia. But of course, being brothers, they also had a fight about who would be the head king, and there's a whole thing, and then the one guy won, and yeah. But it is a very traditional, because it also represents the 7 tribes of Iran, or the 7 tribes of Persia. So each prince took over a tribe.
Oh,
This
my
is my most
goodness.
modern one.
It's stunning.
This one is Turkish. It is made from porcelain.
Thank you. Got it?
This is how they would look nowadays. So bigger teapot, smaller vessel. Because it's electric, it will get hotter faster, of course. Whereas when being charcoaled, they would have to keep water hot longer, and it wouldn't take as easy to warm up again.
This looks hand painted though.
I-
This gold
yeah,
looks hand
I think the
painted.
gold leafing was added later. So
Okay.
yes, yeah,
And so once again, concentrate.
yeah.
Thanks, Lars. Lars is our amazing volunteer who stands guard for all the exquisite teaware and ceramics and samovars.
May I just clarify?
Yeah.
So the tea on top,
Mhm.
boiled water is added.
Well, boiled water is added to the concentrate to get it to the strength that you like.
No, but I'm saying when you brew the tea initially, you add boiled water or cold water?
Oh, boiled water, boiled. Yeah. You make it like normal tea. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, we've got another question.
No problem.
You mentioned
I think it's an Iranian thing. I've only ever heard of it being done in Iran, in Iran that way.
That's funny. I was confused because my dad was Norwegian. We're all foreigners. When they drank, I always thought it was ours.
Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah. So maybe they picked it up, or yeah. So this is my
you.
Russian one. Yeah, that's very strange. So this is my Russian one. So this is the oldest stamp I can read on this one is 1852.
Wow.
Yep. So this would have come from, like I say, a public house because it has, as you can see, very small, the little tea tax things on it. So yeah.
Okay.
Everybody just walked around with their own teacup and then they were in a public place.
Basically, yeah. Or at the they would have little cups there for you. A Turkish one is about this big. A Russian one is maybe 6 ounces. So you wouldn't get a lot of tea, and probably in the public places they would make them even smaller. But yeah.
It's better than water, right? Because it would not have bacteria.
Exactly. And that is one of the reasons a lot of places started adapting tea into it. It's because you have to boil the water, you get rid of the pesticide, everything that is in the water, and tea, of course, is healthy. It's got lots of health benefits to it. So people were finding that drinking tea throughout the day was actually more healthy for you than just drinking water, especially in the 1800s.
I mean, we've got another question over here. I'm loving all the questions.
Hi. Yes, so they usually were made by tinkers, tin makers. In Russia, the biggest place was Tula. In Turkey, there's a place just outside of Istanbul where it's very famous for making them. And in Iran and places like that, it is a common place because there's a lot of metal workers there that would make them, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know that there's a really rich tea culture in Iran.
Yes.
And Isfahan, I believe, is a real historical hub.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how the Samovars played a part of culture in Iran? Is that where your family mostly
Well,
comes?
my uncle was from Iran. I'm originally from Germany. My father is German. My
Okay.
mother is German. My father is Greek. My mother's sister married an Iranian. So that. My uncle, my mother's brother married a Thai. We're a very multicultural
Oh, I love this. So
family.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So,
can you tell us a little bit about what you know about how community culture, family culture related to the samovars? Were there certain places where they were more used in public, or certain places where they were more used in the home?
in Russia was really one of the only places that it was used in public places.
Oh, okay.
But the samovar is always the hub of the home. Everybody would gather around it. It is used in novels, like I say in Russian novels, Anna Karenina. Everything happens around a samovar. Check out.
It's wonderful.
So a lot of plays, a lot of Russian plays, the hub is always going to be around the samovar. Even in the Arabian Nights tales, there is a samovar in it. So it is a cultural thing which always brings people together to talk.
Mm.
You sit around the samovar, you pour yourself your cup of tea, and you have discussions. The philosophers, the Russian politics, everything was, the revolution was discussed over
Around
a samovar. Yeah.
And how are samovars in place today in contemporary society?
Well, in contemporary societies, we are still using them in the house. So a lot of Russians, a lot of Iranian families, Turkish families, Kashmir families will have them in their house for special occasions. They have changed a little, though. Instead of being more like this, we now have what was called a Turkish samovar. So it is 2 pots that you put on top of each other and you put on the stove. That is the modern samovar. And then those 2 pots can also become just 2 regular vessels that they can use. So the Turks have modernized it, so we don't need such an elaborate thing. But on special occasions, the big ones are still pulled out.
I want a modern one for. It's so beautiful. I love
Yeah.
that. You can gather around it. I imagine in the winter it lets off heat, so you
want to just go like that to them
you
in the
get
winter time. Yeah.
warm and
Yeah.
the conversation,
Definitely.
and it's a point of focus as well.
Yeah.
Because everybody's adding their own, so there's a little bit of individuality within that.
And people talk about, oh, really? You're doing that?
Oh.
That is not enough tea, or
That's
that
too
is
dilute.
way too strong. Like we've had
Oh,
those
that's
discussions as
fantastic.
well. Yeah. So it's always a community thing. Yes.
So is it traditionally black tea except for Morocco?
Morocco and Turkey are the two countries, and Kashmir, that are the places that would use green tea. Turkey would be green tea with apple in it.
Oof, yum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fresh apple always. In Morocco, it is a green tea with mint and lemongrass. In Kashmir, it's a green tea with saffron, almonds, and a hint of cinnamon.
Oh,
Saffron only added when it's a wedding, a special occasion, of course, because saffron is so expensive. But yeah, so those places. And in never a flavor. If you're using black tea, it's always straightforward black, usually in Assam or something a little bit more heavy.
So is it all coming from India or?
Well, yes and no. Some places will only be able to bring in Indian tea because there are sanctions in certain places. So we cannot get Iranian tea because we have sanctions against Iran. We can get Georgian tea, which also supply Russia and places like that. So they would take from Georgia, but a lot of places will take from India because it is a consistent year-round supply. Like, we don't ever have to worry about weather in India. Yes?
Those, like the fresh apple, would that go into the concentrate or would that go into the water?
That would go into the, while you're steeping the tea. So they would take the apple slices, tea leaves, and things, and steep it all at the same time.
all in the top.
All in the top.
And
Yeah.
that doesn't get too bitter? Like just leaving it steeping there for so long?
That's why you dilute it with the water from beneath. And these guys have a tough stomach.
Yeah.
That too. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to comment. A friend of mine taught me the Turkish way of the teapot.
Over the teapot, yeah.
Another pot that's
Yeah.
boiling. And it does something to the black tea that just the continuous boiling
Yeah.
actually keeps the stringency at bay. I don't.
Yeah, I think it's the way that because you're actually having it in there, the water moving is not like releasing the tannins. That's too scientific for me.
Yeah.
I blend tea, I drink tea. That's about it.
We got another question over here.
I'm sorry, I came in late, but I'm just wondering on the left, the Russian traditional one, is there like a teapot that would go on top?
There would have been, yeah.
Like a ceramic
It would have been metal as well, but yeah, over the years, the person who gave it to us lost it. So yeah, this is only hot water. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would bring it in, and then, like I said, the center here
Here.
has a chimney where you would drop charcoal briquettes down.
It sounds like people bring you samovars. Are you are known if that.
We are known to accept homeless samovars. We will take them in out of the kindness of our heart. And
Oh, that's so wonderful.
we have a lot of customers over the 27 years that we've been open that have some of us are downsizing, have given them to us, or we have actually sold. We used to sell some of us, and they have given them back to us. So yeah,
So go ahead. Yeah, please.
specialties. I'm on at 610 Yates Street. Yeah.
And how long have you been there?
Well, in Victoria, we've been 28 years.
Oh,
in this
amazing.
location, only 10.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have a photograph or something of the more modern samovar?
No, unfortunately.
That's going to have to be a look up when you get home. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm really interested to see as well because I really appreciate the idea of coming together and sitting
Yeah.
with friends and having a common focus.
So the
we
other
need
thing
to-
about most of these samovars, though, are because they're not used very much in North America, they are all wrong voltage for over here. Everybody asked me to bring one that's working. There is no such thing, because mine are all European voltage. Doesn't work. We tried.
Oh, wow,
It does
okay.
not bring water to a boil.
Ah,
Yeah,
the
and we need to
220.
and then and it didn't keep the water hot enough. There is certain things, electronics do not work with adapters. Yeah, so unfortunately,
If there's any electricians out there that have a passion for samovars, please.
yeah, contact me. I have a lot that could be rewired.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
I have one more question.
Mhm.
I know it's a bit unfair. You may not know, but I'm very curious how this spread, right?
Oh, it was
I can think historically how Russia was connected.
the trade routes.
The,
The
yeah,
Silk Road, the
coming from
Spice
China.
Road, everything like that. It all actually, if you looked at it, it went up and it would go up to the Red Sea and then up that way, and there it would split. It would actually split from Turkey. So it would go this way or that way into Europe or into the Balkan. So that is, but Russia, Turkey, and Iran, they had a very close trade agreements for centuries. It was started actually by Alexander the Great, who sort of brought that all together. And yeah, so great. Well, the Russians were actually brought in by the Vikings, because the Vikings came to Russia, and then from there they were the explorers, and they went down into Turkey through Russia. So from Finland over to Russia, then down into Turkey, and they started the trade routes that way, and then going across from Greece into Turkey, and then down into India and places. That was actually established by Alexander the Great.
That may explain the Norwegian.
Could be.
Yeah, it would.
You would actually, because the Vikings, I mean, those guys were everywhere. And yeah, like they could have talked about it, and yeah. Well,
That's wonderful. Any more questions? Well, have you got have we
I
got
think
everything
we
here?
pretty much got everything here. We talked about the design.
Yes.
We talked about where they come from. Yeah. I don't know what else I could tell you about a samovar, except if you want one, you're going to have to go on looking in Europe. Or we're trying to source the double boilers. So we are trying to source those. It's just, it isn't the easiest thing right now with the way trade stuff is, because a lot of things come through the United States and then come to us. So that does not work
Oh,
right
we've
now.
got two
Yes.
questions. Yeah.
Yes, it would have been brass. Well, in those days, it didn't. No. Could explain a lot. Yeah, brass was not known to be not good for you back then. So nowadays, they will put a porcelain glaze on, or be the inside being stainless steel. Yeah.
Oh, one more question.
Yeah.
Sorry if I missed this, but are you selling any of your teas here? Because you're kind of like a celebrity to me, and I
Yay!
We're right out there. Actually, literally right there. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the one with the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful selection of teas today.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So to tell you a little about me, I am a tea importer. I bring in tea from all over the world, and I do all my own blending. We in my store, I have around 400 different teas, 300 which I make.
Incredible.
Yeah. So my name is Irene. Nice to meet you guys, and I hope I've taught you something about some of us.
You, yeah, it was
you.
fantastic.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right.
That was wonderful.
Thank you.
I learned a lot.
Okay. Well, I'm
And
glad.
I also, it was really exciting to see your arc of knowledge with tea history and the different areas, and also the samovars for sure,
Yeah.
but also, you know, the journey of tea from China through to Iran and the north to Russia. And
Yeah.
it's really important because a lot of people, I think, focus on sort of the Asian side of
Yes,
teas
and that-
don't look at how it's spread. Like
Yeah.
you said, all over the world. It's the most popular drink in the whole world.
Everybody drinks tea, and people say, "Well, you're German. Why do you drink? Why do you have a tea store?" tea stores are as common in Germany as coffee places. Like, we have a place for tea, yes.
Do you have an active samovar in your house?
I don't anymore. I had one of the double boilers, but my kid wanted to, when she moved out, she wanted it, so.
Oh, you're a good
It's
mom.
somewhere in Toronto. I hope. Otherwise, it's somewhere in Los Angeles, and she left it there, and I'm mad. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that was wonderful. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. We have another talk in about 10 minutes. So please come. And next, next we have Gayan, who spent 15 years as a manager of a tea plantation in Sri Lanka, and then also trained the managers for how to run the tea plantations. And so he's an expert in Sri Lankan tea, and he'll be up next. Thank you so much. Lankan teas. So please welcome. And I just want to say that if you have a moment and you can, people online and people present, we have a donation button on our website, and that's what helps us be able to keep this festival running year after year. And so I'm very excited because today we have got a very special guest, and Gayan is coming from Sri Lanka.
Yes.
And not only is he coming from Sri Lanka, but he has a wealth of knowledge. I stopped by his new tea shop, which will be opening next week at 636
Johnson
on
Street,
Johnson.
Johnson Street, Victoria.
And it'll be specializing in Sri Lankan teas, and all of them are origin sourced. And I had some samples this morning and was blown away. So I really hope everyone here and at home can take the time to go down there. And why it's so spectacular is also, shall we sit down? Let's
Okay,
sit. Yeah,
okay,
let's
thank
sit.
you.
Let's get cozy and have a chat. Why it's so well, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your history with tea?
Yeah, actually, my name is Gayan Senarath, and I'm originally born in Sri Lanka. And I have engaged with the tea industry just after schooling. I joined as a trainee system manager in one of tea plantation company in Sri Lanka. So from there onwards, I started with my career, and for the tea nurseries and tea replanting, then tea plucking operations, tea manufacture, tea tasting, tea selling, brokering, and all of the things I covered with last 10-15 years.
Okay.
So, and meantime, I have worked 7 tea gardens in Sri Lanka, and 4 different companies in Sri Lanka last 18 years.
Oh, incredible. So I just want to recap. So over the last 18 years, you've worked for 4 different tea companies, tea plantations, is that correct?
Yes, tea plantation companies
can
with 7 different tea gardens.
With 70 different tea gardens.
Tea gardens.
And how large are these tea gardens?
It's something like 1,500, 2,000 acres.
Okay.
Yeah, in one tea garden, and with the tea factory all together. I mean, for the tea factory operation, for the plantations and tea factory, and we are manufacture, and we are one side we are raise up the tea nurseries,
Yes.
and raise up the plants. We plant one side, and plucking operations is going on. Then we are transport to the factories and doing the manufacture, and we are doing selling. That is the process for the whole operation.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. Okay. And one thing that I found really interesting that we were talking about this morning was that in Sri Lanka, there's different tea regions and elevations. And
Yes.
so were these different farms that you were working at, were they at different elevations?
Yes, yes.
and-
I work for the. It's like this low country, mid country, and high ground. That's divided into very small country,
Okay.
but very different climatic condition. When you go to the down south with the beach side, you have a different climate conditions. When you go to the top of the hills, it's something like 5,000, 6,000 feet high.
Oh, wow.
So it's some people are telling it's mini England when you go to the top of the hills.
Oh, okay.
Your temperatures come down, but very shorter distance, you have a different weather climates in a small country, So then the teas also, it's depending on the soil and the weather. Its tastes are different, and meantime we have a different kind of tea manufacturing systems as well in black tea processing.
Okay.
And it's orthodox manufacture and rotovan manufacture and CTC manufacture.
Okay,
It's divided into
can you explain to our guests here a little bit different what the difference is? So, orthodox tea is
Yeah, so as I told you, these kind of teas, this is orange pacos. This is orthodox manufactured teas.
great. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll pass it around to our audience, and
Yeah.
I'll.
This is the original size of orange paco. This is
Can
one
I-
of the famous
Mark,
teas in
is
these
this-
areas.
Are we good here, Mark? Oh, wait, we're getting into focus for everybody here. There. Okay, I can see. There we go. Can we see that? Okay. So this is an orthodox tea, and what region in Sri Lanka is this
This
one
is
from?
mid-grown.
This is a mid-grown tea.
Yes, this is
Okay.
something like 2,500 to 3,000, 3,500 feet high level.
Okay.
Yes.
And what is the process in making this tea?
Yeah, it's as I told you. First,
Please
we
just
are
pass
doing
it
the
around.
once you pluck, we are doing the withering process.
Okay.
12 to 14 hours, and it's I mean, we are using some big fans and take out the moisture conditions first.
Okay.
And it's come down to 55. When it is come to 55% after 12 hours,
Okay.
next day we are starting rolling process, big rolling process.
Yes.
And after rolling, there's roll breaking and doing the fermentation 2.5 hours.
Okay.
And after fermentation, we are going to the dryers and take the dry out. It's something like 230 Fahrenheit inlet temperature.
Okay.
And after just 21 minutes inside the dryer,
Drum, yeah.
so that is how it's for the orthodox manufacture works.
Okay.
And after that, we are doing the different kind of grades.
Okay.
It's something like 15 to 25 grades coming
Of
off the orthodox manufacture.
Okay.
And when you go to Rotavan and CTC, we have a list.
So what's Rotavan?
Rotavan means it's like this. It's rolling process is same.
Okay.
Withering, rolling, it's changing from the rolling.
Oh.
You are going for the different machine, more pressure, and put it to the different small size of particles. You
Oh.
can't see these kind of wiry particles in orthodox manufacture.
Okay.
Only for the orthodox manufacture.
Yes.
When you go to the Rotavan manufacture, you can't see the wiry particles like this.
Okay.
It's like a, I mean, for the, it's not like a wiry grades.
I saw it this
Yeah,
morning.
yeah.
Okay. So
So
it's a little bit. It's not crushed, but it's almost. It's what you would use for tea bag tea. Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, mostly tea bags people are using BOP and BOP fannings,
Okay.
broken orange peco and broken orange peco fannings.
Okay.
Those are in the tea bags because those compare with these much more dark liquors.
Yes.
So it's very good with the milk tea. So
yes.
because that is the main reason they are selecting for this one. But these orange pecos, this is medium liquors, and you can drink with the. This is
the one here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that color. It's
yeah.
exquisite.
Yeah.
That's a gorgeous
Yeah,
amber.
this is medium liquor color. You can.
May I pour some for
yeah,
you?
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice with milk as well as just as a English breakfast. It's called English breakfast. This is the original English breakfast tea.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, of course.
Oh, gorgeous.
How is?
So, how many teas would you taste a day?
Normally, it's something like 50 to 100 per the day.
Oh, wow.
Definitely
So
50 because now as a manager, you want to check each and every batch.
for sure, your
Yeah,
control.
yeah. So normally for the average state making something like 40,000 kilograms of made tea for a month.
40,000 kilograms a
manufacture
month.
So
Okay.
so normally so you have to check each and every batch. If something goes wrong with the batch, you have to get corrected as soon as you know. So
yeah.
this is actually final product. That was the hard work, you know. You have to hand pluck, and it's high hills, high. You have to go top to the mountains. It's not a flat lands.
No, no. Is
Yeah,
it hand-picked?
All hand picked teas.
All
in
hand-picked
all
tea.
hand picked tea in Sri Lanka.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, you are not doing any mechanical, but they have some experiments and some process are going on. But
No, no, it's
100%.
no. I didn't know that it was all hand-picked. I think that's really beautiful.
Yeah, hand picked teas. Even for this white tea, as I told you, everything is hand picked by.
Is there? I'm just curious. I know that in China, a lot of the areas where tea is hand-picked, it's a lot of elders because the young people are moving to cities. Is that the same
Yeah,
case?
same
in Sh-
problem in Sri Lanka as well because new generation they don't like to stick on the states and you know it's very I mean for the they don't like to be in interior. They want to come out to the cities and they have that problem. But because of that, those reasons, Sri Lanka also just moving to the trying to go with mechanical harvesting. But the problem is we don't have any flat lands. All are very hills, steepy lands, so very difficult to use the machines for the those areas. So that is the main problem. And I can remember once we have introduced some. It's called shear plucking only for the shears.
Yes.
And but but still hand pick is the best, because when you do the mechanical harvesting, you are harvesting everything. So when you do hand pick, that is actually selective plucking. That is selective plucking with the knowledge and experience. Some pluckers, they know what to pluck, what to leave.
I loved earlier how we were talking. Yeah, so you would just take the two leaves in a bud, and we were talking this morning about the rotation of, and how did that work? So
Yeah, it's like this. Now, normally, if you say this is a tea bush, you are plucking this tea bush today,
yes.
and you are come after 7 days again to the same bush.
And how many times is one bush?
We are touching that same bush something like 40 to 48 times per annum. Right?
Yes.
So the thing is, now normally when you do the plucking surface,
Yes.
a plucker know that what are the things you want to pluck from the surface.
Yes.
Plucking surface, it's called, right? So it's called something like 7 generation on the top of the. That's how it's explained, right?
Oh, I love that.
And from that, we are plucking first 4 generation this time, and leave it next 4 generation for the next round. When you come to next round, that 4 generations is going up, another 4 generations coming up. It's how it's, but everything must be immature leaf,
Yes.
2 leaf and a bud, 3 leaf and a bud, and immature branches are the best leaf for the manufacture of tea. Not mature leaf and the stalks. When you do the mechanical harvesting, everything come out.
You're getting the stalks, you're getting the mature leaves,
mature leaves,
and you don't get the delicate flavor.
No,
Like,
that's
this is a beautiful
yeah,
tea.
that's
It's-
straight away effect to the end product. If you
This is lovely.
Yeah.
It's rich. It's bright. It's
Yeah.
got a beautiful mouthfeel.
Yeah, that
It's
is the main
wonderful.
reason of behind that.
And so the teas that you're bringing here to Victoria to share with our tea community here, they are all single origin teas, you were saying?
Yes, absolutely single origin, because
Can you explain to everybody, in case everybody doesn't know what a single origin
single
tea is?
origin means now that is only for particular area. Now
Okay.
we'll say different region. Now we'll say, as a simple example, this region, we'll say British Columbian region. It's
Yes.
like that in a particular region, upcountry region, and particular state. We are pick the teas from that particular state,
Okay.
and we are straight away taking that teas to our hands and distribute. That is, I mean, we are not mixing with this region and this region.
No.
Sometimes we have this same orange pacos in this region, and this another region you have same orange pacos. Sometimes people used to blend. That's not a single origin. If you come with the same region, with the same state, that is a single origin.
Wonderful. And out of curiosity, are the tea bushes that you have, are they, you were saying earlier this morning when we were talking that there's many different varietal of,
Yes.
of teas, Camellia sinensis bushes, and are they, when these plantations, are they from seed or are they cuttings?
Actually, earlier they have planted with the seed, but
Okay.
but now it's moving into the vegetative propagation. That's called cuttings, clones,
Okay.
and we have some bushes more than 100 years old with the vegetative propagative.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So only different is from the seeds you have a taproot. For vegetative propagations you don't have a taproot. That is only different.
Okay.
But the thing is, now when you develop new cultivars, it's it's developed depending on the weather conditions,
Yes.
and sometimes maybe focusing on pest controlling or something. And for the all reasons, making with that only they are making new
Strains.
strains like new clones.
Yes.
So it's now it's all our country we are using for the vegetative propagation.
So that's really fascinating. So how it would, what I'm hearing is that in different regions, due to the weather, the pests, the terroir of the soil,
Yes.
all these pieces over a century, for your like at a plantation, people would say, okay, well this certain strain is really strong in this climate. Great, we'll take this, and this strain is good for pests. So then we'll splice it, and then, and very over the time, you've
Yeah.
now made tea bushes that are perfect for the location.
Yes, but the thing is still even for the old cultivars, still we are surviving. But the thing is, now you are not plucking that same bush 100 years. Now you have to do some certain agriculture practices to the bush.
Oh, tell me.
Yeah, so one is, now while you are doing plucking, you have to do the pruning. So once in 4 years, we are doing the pruning.
And how much are you pruning? When you did that, I was like, are you
No,
cutting
no,
it?
that's also, we have standards from region to region.
Okay.
Right? So if you go to low country, when you go to, I will explain, when you go to the top of the hills,
Yeah.
top of the hills, you are cutting around from the ground level, it's something like 18 inches.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That is a standard height, 16 to 18.
Okay.
So we have pruned everything 16 to 18.
Okay.
And then after that, when a new primary branch is coming up,
Yes.
and after another 1.5 month time, we are doing the retabling. So that is with different agriculture practice. So normally we used to leave 4 to 5 leaves from the pruning cut.
Yes.
And tip. That's called tipping.
Yes.
And make the level. And second round, third rounds, we are making the levels, and we want to, for the spread out the bush.
Yes.
And set it out for the next 4 years.
That makes sense, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, because the more surface top area, the more
Yes.
leaves you're getting.
Then we can have more plucking points.
100%.
Yeah, that is some kind of operation. Those kind of operations we are doing forking, we are doing manuring, we are doing foliar spraying. So we do all the agriculture practices, and we do some drains and.
When you with your new shop here in Victoria, what do you look for a tea? Like, for what you enjoy. For sure, there's when you would take tea to auction, there would probably be a different profile. But for you, someone who's been working with the tea for 20 years, knows tea intimately, and now here you are, and you're opening a tea shop. What are the qualities that you're looking for?
Yeah, actually the thing is now, normally sometimes when I go through some teas, I don't see, we'll say as example, orange pekoe. Orange pekoe, this is the ideal size of the orange pekoe. Some teas I can see it's mentioned as orange pekoe, but it's not the orange pekoe.
Oh, okay.
That is one thing, right? And I don't see exactly standard grade is available in the market sometimes. Right?
Okay.
And that the one. Number two, I know all the tea gardens, and basically I work for the best tea companies, so all the teas come through the brokers.
Yes.
And selling, you can't sell it straight away. That is the broker in process. I have connection with the
Farmer Direct.
Yeah, directly with the farmers and the brokers and everywhere. So then I can pick the straight away from the best cup, and at the time we'll say if you have sometimes maybe if you have more rain, you can't get the nice liquory cup. So it depending on the weather patterns.
100%.
Yeah. So then so we want to know what weather pattern from which tea we want to pick at that time.
Oh,
so we want to
wonderful.
change the region and take the teas.
How often do you go back to Sri Lanka?
I have one of my team is there, so they are
Okay.
operating with the tea tasting.
Excellent.
So I will check the old tea samples, and they used to send me the
Yeah.
by the post. But they are checking the samples and send me the liquor notes.
Yes.
So I am checking here and confirm. So then we are
Then
we are
that's
doing
when
the
you make
tea.
the
Yeah.
order.
Yes.
Wonderful. So
Yes.
this morning when I was asking about how if the tea was seasonal, and you said that in Sri Lanka the weather is just a beautiful summer's day all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
time,
of
I was like,
course.
yes, please.
Yeah.
How is there a rainy season?
Yeah, we have monsoons.
Okay,
we
yes,
have two
okay.
different monsoons,
So I
but
imagine the tea, I know from tea hunting in China and Taiwan that, the summer teas
Yeah, actually
and then also the rainy winter teas are not,
Yeah.
you can taste the dampness in the tea. I don't know how else to put
yeah,
it.
yeah. Basically, in our country, it's Sri Lanka is 365 days of summer.
Yeah.
You don't have any other seasons other than the rain.
Okay.
So it's ideal for the tea growing.
Okay.
Tea loves sunlight,
Yeah.
So then,
But
it's
in the monsoon season,
yeah,
is it-
monsoon seasons. The
still-
only problem is, but you will get rain, but you will get the sunshine in the morning, and sometimes maybe after 12 you are get heavy rains.
Okay.
But still you have sunshine,
Okay.
even with the rain. So it's ideal for the growing.
Okay.
But the problem is when you have lot of rain,
Yes.
it have some possibility to get damaged leaf because people are plucking by hands,
Totally.
and they have some
And the
different
steep landscape.
steep
It's
lands
not.
and
Imagine landslides.
And
Is
with
that
the when you do the manufacture, if you have much more water, you have to take out that additional water from the manufacturing process. So when you got normal days, you want to remove the moisture only
Yes.
for that particular moisture content. But when you have rain, you have more moisture in your leaf. You have to
Yes.
take out more moisture, and you have to give the hot air to take out that moisture. And
for
that.
sure.
So at that time, you have a slight different changes of the.
So you're adjusting.
Liquors. I mean, for the cup of taste.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it's. I mean, that's what I told you. Because
Yeah.
of the rain period, you can't get the whatever the expected liquor standard compared with other climate. I mean, for the sunshine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What else have we got here today? We've got this beautiful white tea,
Yeah.
and you were saying. So does everybody know? Let's just give a brief. Can you give us a brief breakdown on how in Sri Lanka people make
Yeah,
white
this is
tea?
white tea. This is also camellia sinensis, but this is not the.
It's like silver needle.
Yeah,
It's
silver
just the
needle,
buds.
white tea, all are in one name. But the thing is, this is something like red color tea. Bush color is red.
Yes, you showed me
Not-
the pictures this
yeah,
morning.
yeah,
It's beautiful.
Yeah, not
It
green color.
almost looks like autumn, when the leaves turn, that just hints on the edges of the leaves. And the whole bush wasn't red, but it was just certain leaves had this sort of hint to it. It was really beautiful.
Yeah, so from that only we are picking only the bud.
Okay.
Only the bud. And actually for making this 1 kilo, we need at least 7 to 8 kilograms of buds to make 1 kilogram of this.
Wow. Okay. So that's 7 to 1, 7 kilos
Yeah.
of fresh to make 1 kilo of. Mark, can we do the zoom in here? Wait, let me get my. There we go. This is really beautiful silver needle. It's rare to find such big, beautiful buds with the silver hairs. It's gorgeous. Okay. I'll pass it. You can pass it around. Okay, I'm going to have a sip here. Okay. May I pour some tea?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Okay. Oh.
How?
Wow. It's I like it's vegetal and really smooth.
Yes, very smooth color compared with smoother than green tea when you come to but health benefits are amazing with white tea.
Oh, it's really clean and lovely. Yeah, no, and this has been brewing a long time, folks. Like we know that, and even so, like if this was a green tea and we had let it sit in the water for so long, I wouldn't be able to drink it. And where this, I can tell that it's been brewing for probably a little bit longer than it should have been, but just because we were talking in the situation for pouring and all this, and I was like, please bring tea so we can try it, and but it's really delicious.
Yes.
And with the stronger taste that I'm getting right now, I'm really able to differentiate between the flavor profiles, and yeah, it's really wonderful. And it's not astringent even after all this time, which is quite amazing. Yeah, I'm getting the vegetal almond notes. Oh, it's beautiful. And so, what brought you to Victoria?
So actually, I came with my wife. She had she completed it. She is Master of Business Administration. So with that only I moved to Canada, and then later we decided to continue here.
Okay.
So meantime, I'm slowly plan to, back to my industry because I
Yeah.
don't have any tea gardens here to work. So then slowly I plan to import some teas from Ceylon, so then I can make sure that quality and the other, for the especially I'm selecting all the teas from best tea gardens in Sri Lanka, and they have all certified with the ISO 22000, good manufacturing practices, good agricultural practices, and Rainforest Alliance certifications.
Oh,
And
fantastic.
yeah, so most of the teas in manufacturing in global standards, and the quality is number one for me, and that is my concern, to give a best quality product to the customer.
Oh, well, when I walked into your shop this morning, you know when you look at herbs on a shelf and you can really see the vibrancy, and you had beautiful roses and jasmine flowers and pea, blue, what were like blue pea flowers?
Yeah, blue pea flower, butterfly,
Butterfly,
pea flower.
and I
And
just,
we have some teas with golden rose buds and flower ranges as well, and something like green tea with jasmine buds and jasmine petals. And we have nice range of with white tea blending range as well, with something like rosemaries and some kind of people different taste.
okay.
So we have something like 25 to 35 range of tea varieties.
Okay.
And
I want to take you back to working in Sri Lanka. And I'm curious, when you're tasting so many teas a day, what are flavor notes that you're looking for?
yeah, it depending on the grade to grade.
Okay, so
And
let's say you're going for a high grade tea.
Yeah,
Like what are the
yeah, normally
profiles
when
of
you
a
take
fine
these
tea?
kind of orange pacos,
Okay.
we'll take this one.
Okay.
This is light bright cup. It's called light bright.
Light bright. Okay.
Yeah, light bright cup. But you have some certain things when you do the tasting. And first thing, once you do the tasting, you can check this. These ones we used to take this. What do you call this? This what we are calling as infusion.
Yes, the infusion.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
We'll take this infusion and check the infusion colors.
Okay.
It must be like light coppery color.
Okay.
It means these teas are very nice. You got my point. Now we are coming from end to backwards again.
Okay.
Once you are doing the tasting, it's
No. How do you mean going backwards from
I
the
mean,
tasting?
now when you pour the tea,
Yes.
then at last we are going to check what is the color of this infusion.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so from that only we are decide what do we want to adjust. So sometimes when you see this bit of dark cups,
Yes.
you want to adjust with the fermentation process. That is the point. Now, yeah, we
Okay.
can't do anything with the plucking, after withering, then with the manufacture process.
Yes.
So we are adjusting. If you see that more lighter, we are adjusting with fermentation bit of more time. It's like that. So it's all about. We can decide what to do with the final cup.
Yes.
So we know what to do to adjust for the next cup.
Got it. Okay, and so what does your fermentation process look like?
Its fermentation, normally we are doing something like 2 to 2.5 hours.
Okay.
And thickness would be vary something like to 2 inches to 4 inches, like thickness like this.
Okay, yeah.
And lay down on the top of the tile floors.
Yes.
And keep it 2 to 2.5 hours.
Okay.
And it's building up with the oxygen, and take the TF and TR. It's called thiaflavin and thiarubigium. Those colors added to, that is how it's cup colors and everything combining on that process.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we are adjusting. Sometimes we are adjusting to 1 hour, 1.5 hours. It's all depending. If you have a very dry weather conditions,
Yes.
so we are adjusting time. We are shortening the fermentation and put into the dryers early.
Yes.
It's like that. It's all you have to monitor on the spot.
Well, and this is where the 18 years of experience comes in, because
Yeah.
you can take all these pieces of the weather and the dryness and this particular leaf
Yeah.
at this time of year.
Yeah.
And over time, you can, I imagine, get a really good sense of, okay, even like probably looking, feeling, saying, okay, this one's done. Let's.
Yeah, yeah, everything
wonderful.
in very, very organized, and I mean, Sri Lankan tea plantation industry is very, very well organized industry,
Okay.
and all around the country, well established industry in Sri Lanka, one of the best established, because we have all the setup plans for the fertilizations or whatever, the pruning cycles. We are analyzing last 12 years figures and set up the plans for next year. When we set up the plans, we are analyzing last 12 years figures.
Yes.
What is the crop we have taken? Which is the time period we have done the pruning?
Yes.
What are the fertilizer we have given? How many nitrogen we have
Yes,
given?
yes.
Everything recorded, and all maintenance is very, I mean, very organized industry.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I wonder, I think it's probably question time. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
What will you be calling your tea shop, and can you give us the address again?
Oh, what will you be calling your tea shop?
That is Heslaa Tea,
Can you
HESLAA, Heslaa Tea, 636 Johnson Street, Victoria.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yes.
This morning we heard from Pedro about going to China and, you know, having like grandmas sort of grow and you know, make their own tea from scratch. Like they have the tea in the garden and then they're making it. Is there anything like that in Sri Lanka, or is it all organized in
No, no.
operation?
As you said, we have now, it's divided into two parts. One is big plantation companies, and we have tea smallholders as well. But the tea smallholders, they don't have individual tea factories. They used to pluck their own leaf, their slot, and hand it over to the tea plantation companies or the private owners. So those are the people who do the manufacture, but they are the people who do all the agriculture works and the other maintenance. So they have some people, they have just small pieces. They are doing their own cultivation. They are doing their own pruning. But in Sri Lanka, they have some organizations, Tea Research Institute, and some other organizations. They are helping to the people to develop, and I mean, for the awarenesses and everything is. I mean, those farmers, whenever they are handed over to the plantation companies, from the plantation companies, they are giving the all awarenesses and fertilizer or whatever.
Yes.
So everything provided.
Okay.
So that's what I told. It's very organized because it's sharing everywhere with the smallholders, big peoples, big companies, all shared, and it's nicely organized.
Do you get people? I'm hearing your question though. Do you get sometimes like, do people make their own homemade teas at all? Like
no, they do,
yeah,
but the thing
but it's
is,
not for resale. It's just kind of like
yeah,
at home for
no,
themselves.
No, even that they are not going to do because
Oh, okay.
normally for the manufacturing some process you can't do it at home.
Yes.
So as a simple example, we are doing big rollers and making the rolling process.
Yes.
At that rolling process, we are giving much more pressure for the leaf.
Yes.
And you can't do that in your home.
Okay. Okay.
So some process you can't do, but end of the day you can get somewhere some kind of black tea, but
yeah.
you
It's
can't
not
get
gonna
the
be
whatever the expectable range.
It won't be the quality that.
Yeah.
It'll be just okay. I
Yes,
get that.
Yeah. So another thing is for making. Normally, its equation is 100 kilograms of green tea equals to 21.5 black tea.
Okay. One more time.
100 kilograms of green tea
Yes.
equals to 21.5 black made tea.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's something like quarter. Like
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So that is the equation. So if some person is plucked 50 kilograms per day for the month, the smallholder, he is no point of making tea and wasting time. Just giving to the leaf to the big factory and
Yes.
take the money for their.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the easiest way.
Okay. Any other questions? No? How are we doing for time there, Mark? Yeah? Okay. Well, I want to thank you for coming and speaking with me today
Thank you very
and
much.
sharing your tea knowledge.
Thank you.
And when I was at the shop today with Gayan, I could see that there's this incredible wealth of knowledge that was so much more advanced than my tea understanding. And as we were speaking in the shop today, I would ask a question, and then Gayan would tell this amazing, in-depth, sort of scientific story and way of processing the tea. And then I said, "Oh no, wait, we got to like take it down a bit for our tea symposium today." So I really enjoyed our talk, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And I will definitely be
pleasure.
coming in to be drinking tea, and I look forward to meeting your wife. And
Thank you. Very
yeah,
great pleasure. Thank you
it's-
very much for
we're
inviting.
Victoria's very lucky to have you here.
Thank you very much
Yeah.
for everything. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Of
as well.
course.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been
Thank you.
wonderful. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, we'll be back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And next we've got the Victor from Westholme Tea, who's been growing tea here on Vancouver Island. And so that's going to be our next talk. So come back in around 5-10 minutes, and we'll at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much.
It'll be on their the Tea Society's website.
Tea Fest. I think the vibe is fantastic. There's such a beautiful cross section of humans that show up and that love tea, and it just reminds me of how much I love our international tea community. And after I lived many years in Asia and coming back to Canada and landing back in BC where I grew up, and to be able to come and volunteer for the tea festival like this every year and seeing what a spectacular community we have, it really warms my heart. So thank you all for showing up and being a part of it, because every single solitary person brings something to it. And I think that's the most beautiful thing about tea, is it brings people together. It's peaceful. We need more peace. We need more ways to cultivate attention. We need more ways to cultivate presence. And we're doing that all here together in a celebratory way. And are we rolling? Oh, we are. I love it. Okay. So welcome back, everyone, and everyone online as well. Thank you for tuning in to the International Tea Appreciation Society's annual Victoria Tea Festival Revival. It's year 10, which is fantastic. I just wanted to say that we're all volunteers, and every merchant educator, there's 26 different merchant educators this year. Everyone's volunteering. Everyone has come from Vancouver, and they're coming from Victoria, from Up Island, and brought their tea and their knowledge and their wisdom to share with us today. So I just want to acknowledge that. And within that, on the same breath, because we're a nonprofit society, and it does take us quite a bit, and there's less funding for arts and culture as there has been over the past few years, if anybody feels inspired to donate, on the International Tea Appreciation website, there's a donation button, or at the front door. So thank you so much. I'm really stoked. We have been trying to get Victor to come to our tea festival, well, from before I even started, because I said, why isn't Westholm not here? And Jared was like, we keep asking. And so now we're just so stoked that you're here. And Westholm is, I'll let you explain, but can I tell my little story about Westholm?
Please.
So I have a small tea house on Salt Spring Island, and I teach Gong Fu tea ceremony, and everybody's welcome. And because of this, people often gift me tea, as you can imagine. And I just moved back from Europe, and a girlfriend comes up to me and she's like, "Oh, Jen, have you tried the Westholm tea?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I don't know what it is." And she said, "Oh, it's grown on Vancouver Island." I was like, "Oh, great." And trying to be nice, right? And so she gave it to me, and I kind of put it in a place where I have a lot of tea that I don't maybe drink all the time. And one day I picked it up, and it wasn't that long after, and it was fresh. It was I love fresh tea. That's something that I really enjoy, is fresh tea. So it was from your spring, and it was in that year, and I probably drank it 3 weeks after she gave it to me. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to give this a try. And it was spectacular. It blew me out of the water. It had such high chi, and as a tea drinker, after a while, you really start drinking for the chi of the tea, and your tea really blew me away. And so on that note, I would love to hear a little bit about your process with tea, and if you could tell us about Westholm and your story and why you love tea and all these pieces. It would be wonderful.
It's beautiful. Thank you for that, and welcome all. Thanks for taking the time to share this. I do want to acknowledge Jared has been asking me probably for 10 years. So he succeeded in having me fail to not say no for the first time.
Yay!
So there's a bit of a theme here about success and failure. I started this endeavor in 2003, coming onto the property. And I'm going to offer you just a quick visual. I don't want to make it a presentation, just so you get a feel and a sense, a little bit of the space, because Westholm is really about the experience, your experience you've had, whether you take it away or we send tea to New York or whatnot. But I want to just give a little bit of a visual and a context for some of the successes and failures, which is what I want to share, and then have more of this, because this is the quality of exchange. I've built this business on a relationship, and there's some folks here in the room that have been to West Home, and if you haven't been to West Home, I want to inspire you into that experience. So if there's just a feeling for here, that first, the middle slide gives you a little sense of the scale. It's very small scale, and total currently today, there's 800 tea plants, and I'm going to take us back into the journey of. So if you could go to the next slide. The next slide is actually maybe a little bit more of a filler. You can read it or not read it, but this journey really began around a love for tea, an opportunity for me to, I am not an expert, and what I'll emphasize, I'm not an expert in any one thing, especially not in growing tea. I'm an expert in making, I do have a PhD in making mistakes, and I've made a lot of them, and that has been the journey. I chose not to go to Darjeeling to learn how to make tea, because then I would have made Darjeeling tea. I chose to sort of suffer in silence and the journey. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of that journey and hopefully leave. I'm going to make this as brief as I can, leave time for us.
This is really interesting. Thank you for preparing this. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So I will invite the next slide to take us on the journey. So the journey began, I came onto the property in 2003 from Vancouver and meandered with different concepts and different ideas, still living in Vancouver and living on the property. So we acquired a property, and you'll get a map a little bit later. So the West Home Tea Company currently is in the Cowichan Valley between Maple Bay and Crofton, Chemainus area. And so the original concept that we had when I came on the farm was art farm. So we were growing tea, food, and art. At the time, the tea was not Camellia sinensis, which is what we planted on the slopes. It was a lavender farm, and if you know the business model of lavender, unless you're in France, you can't make money on lavender. The art was my previous co-founder and previous ex-wife, who's a ceramic artist, and we co-created the idea with her ceramics, honoring the marriage between tea and clay, and bringing tea culture to the couch. And so the art farm concept was her clay. It was then food. We used to grow food in the valley, and at the time, it was very difficult to promote the growing of food and the farmers markets, which are really popular now, and it's much more supported. And then the tea, as I mentioned, was flowers and herbs. We evolved in 2010 to then plant 200 Camellia sinensis and became Tea Farm, one of the first and then attempt at commercial growing of tea in Canada. And then I'll talk a little bit more about its evolution. And then the evolution 6 years later in 2016 to launch Canada's first rare terroir tea, and I'll talk a little bit about terroir and teas, and then became West Home Tea Company. So West Home is an area in between Maple Bay and Crofton that's actually one of the first European agricultural settlements on Vancouver Island and has a heritage and a past. So place and origin, very important to tea, so that we had to then name the local tea West Home Tea, because if we called it Tea Farm Tea, there are tea farms all around the world, and we would have lost necessarily that connection. So that gives you a little bit, in a very brief time, sort of the evolution of 15 years of growing tea, so we're celebrating that as well, and about 18 years of the evolution of the company. If we go to the next slide. This represents the beginning. So everything was done by hand dug on the slopes. All of these slopes on the farm were all covered in blackberry, so a lot of work went into taking them out.
Oh, for
and
sure.
Each magical hole was dug by hand myself. I did have some help down the road. And then we basically planted seedlings, and I'll get into more details than that. So acquired seedlings from a variety of different sources to give them a head start, because at the time, did not know if this was going to take. It was a crazy idea. Even Agriculture Canada at the time, and may still have it today, said you can't grow tea in Canada. I did not let that be a barrier. If anything, truly, it was more of a challenge. And then one of the biggest challenges, not only climate or cold or deer or pests, one of the biggest challenges is actually doubt. You know, a lot of people saying you can't do this, which eventually I turned that into many failures, but into what actually inspired me to, not to have anything to prove, but to think, what is possible? Let's explore that. I don't like homework, but I do like research, and did minimal to kind of see what is going to happen and how will it start. If we could have next slide, please. So in the first year in 2010, minus 15 was the first winter.
Oh,
I'm originally from
no.
Montreal. So these tea plants have been exposed to a heck of a lot. The first 2 rows, the slopes, the first row was covered in, the snow was coming and the cold was coming, and no tea plants, no tea farm, no glorious moment to share the story 15 years later. Covered the first row and didn't cover the second row. The first row, when all the snow came, crushed and broke the tea leaves, whereas the second row insulated. Lesson 1 in the PhD, leave it the way it needs to be. So there was more damage when you covered it as opposed to the insulation itself of the tea. Later I discovered tea plants in Korea have been exposed, covered in snow, generally growing. Tagrotherin, which is an English tea garden in Cornwall, was one of inspirations as well, where I saw tea growing in snow there. And if they could do it at 46 and we're 48, we can explore that. So you're seeing a little bit, very briefly, sort of the seasons, winter kind of coming into spring. And then now, ironically enough, some people may know that or not know, but the tea plants do actually flower. Camellia sinensis does flower this time of year. Camellia japonica, the garden variety, is in the spring, and this produces lovely yolky flowers that some of you may have already smelt. If Jasmine made love to marzipan in a vat, that's what the smell is, and encourage you to maybe go to the booth and give it a little sniff. So I just wanted to give you a visual of the seasons and what I've had to experience. Next slide, please. Harvesting varies considerable amount. I'm not going to get into climate change and any of that discussion, but the earliest that I have harvested is in April, and the latest was June 13th, my sister's birthday. So it has varied. Again, there's different factors, the plants going through different stress, and will then choose when they want to be harvested. Next, please. Devastation. I generally don't share this, but I wanted to for interest. Not everything is always pretty and Instagrammy and whatnot. This happened in 2019, kind of around COVID-y. I won't get into energetic and whatnot, but I had done a pruning or a squaring off of the plants a bit early, and then there was a very, very heavy frost that came. But I've experienced frost before in the 15 years, but for whatever reason, the entire garden literally defoliated.
Oh, no.
And it wasn't a matter of you could get root rot and if you have poor drainage, but the plants have been draining for almost 12 years at that point, and it was devastating. Not only folks who'd been at the farm since day one, but staff who were like, what is going on? So I, in my never-ending optimism, just knew that things would come around with some love, with some care, some fertilizing, but it was just the nature of that year. A lot of people lost a lot of things, and it just was daunting. But again, in the learning of all things, the stress on the plants, the reinvigoration adds not only that. So there's one thing to grow tea plants, and there's another thing to make tea, and that's where the combination of terroir and stresses and natural factors, kind of like grapes and wine. So I wanted to share this picture, which I don't usually, but it was the scale of it was daunting with 800 tea plants. It was quite devastating. But
Yeah,
we
it's
came
heartbreaking.
around, and now they're quite gorgeous, or more so if we go to the next slide. I don't know if that creates a little contrast, but picture on the right is some harvest, and the picture on the left is that original terrace that you first saw with the holes, and that's me having the great privilege of standing in those tea plants. So yeah, I get a little emotional. Daunting to be part of tea culture and tea history in some small, humble way that the tea plants have actually taken far beyond my capacity and learning and ability, and the learning of people visiting, both tea makers and tea growers from around the world who've been curious, have provided constructive critique, and have helped me to continue to fumble through the tea teaching me what it wants and how it needs to thrive and thrive. Next one, please. Very briefly, I won't get into a whole workshop about tea making, but what fascinates some people who may not be as knowledgeable in tea, obviously a lot of folks in this room are, all tea comes from the same plant, and how its process determines whether it becomes a green tea by extremes of no oxidization and black tea fully, where in between you have white tea and oolongs, which I originally did make some oolongs, but I just wanted to give a visual that I have the great privilege of, within the 800 tea plants that I have, to then create at different times of the year different tea styles, and that is represented there a little bit in a bit of a close-up. And I can talk a little bit about the tea that we're featuring today and over at the booth. So I just wanted to give that visual. And then I want to move along quickly. I'm really honoring time and all that. If we could have the next slide, please. So out of that oxidization, we've then developed, again, all from the same tea plants, the green tea. The tree frog is a tea that I only do from the first 200 tea plants, the original oldest tea plants. In the spring, it's Essentia steamed green tea style, which has quite a loving following and does leave the farm rather quickly. As the summer evolves, the white tea, I call white mist, is a beautiful fine bud and two-leaf tea that evolves as things warm up. Then I will evolve into the Heron's Wake, which took me 9 years. It took 9 years before I was comfortable, as if I can say the word artist, to actually share what I love. And I wasn't ready to share the Heron's Wake until I truly really loved it and have. And it's this year is probably one of the finest harvests in that I harvested very little, and as a result, the teas have been very full and very flavorful. And then the roasted teas, which we're featuring today here, Quail's Plume, which is my very rustic, very humble Canadian version of a hojicha, which is a twig and leaf, pan-roasted. And then just to kind of throw a little Canadiana in it, anything sort of maple tends to be quite popular. I take the exact same Quail's Plume tea, and then I cold maple smoke it, and that usually comes a little bit later in the year, and it has an essence of Canadiana, and it's still an ode. So it's a Canadian-made tea in a Japanese style, and an ode to Lapsang, smoking it with maple chips. My version of hoo-ha. Then occasionally I'll create some unique and different reserve, tea maker reserves that I'm working on as well too. So I don't want to, again, overwhelm us with too much information, but I just wanted to give you a scope as well of what I'm able to create in very small quantities, all hand harvested by myself and the team. And that's the tea. Could we have next, please? So Westholme is many things. It is a place to visit and experience that you can come to the Cowichan. We have a tea shop, which again, part of the breadth of the business is we do import teas from all around the world and honor the tea culture and the tea growers and who makes it where they do, and we feature that and also create unique blends with our teas. We're quite unique in that we don't use any essences or flavorings at all in our teas. And the tea shop, which at one point was, and you got to experience as well, a tea room. We've evolved after COVID into offering more space and retail, although we still offer tours where you can come and enjoy during the May to September season, where we actually do sit down and taste the Canadian teas and complement it with some pairings. And then we do have as well a gift gallery that features local ceramic artists and Cowichan tea cozies, which I brought one along. The Cowichan knit sweater is very true to the area that we're in, and we combined our tea culture and got Majo to then create the cozies that honor both our tea and the space that we're in. So that's just a very brief, wanted to give you a sense of who Westholme is. I'm happy to, we're going to explore a little bit more. This maybe inspires some questions, obviously from you as well, but I just wanted to give you a breadth of what the experience is. And if you go to the last picture, we can leave that up. If folks aren't familiar with where we're located, that is the place, and our website will guide you there as well. I hope that wasn't a rant, but I'm quite passionate about the sharing it, and again, truly grateful to everyone at the, both folks who've come to arrive, Jared for inviting me, Mark for being so diligent, yourself for being here, and I'm going to stop talking right now.
It's great to lay out a beautiful foundation to see all the work and care and time that you've put into creating something that wasn't possible, right? And you did it, and I think it's true. You learn a lot from mistakes, and you learn a lot from perseverance. And I'm curious to know a little bit more about your tea bushes and how you came across. You said that the initial bushes were from seed?
No, seedlings.
Oh, seedlings. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So I chose to get a bit of a head start.
How did you know which seedlings to use?
So in not doing the homework, but doing a little bit of the research, of exploring a lot of varietals.
Yes.
I came across the Sochi, which a lot of people know Sochi as a very robust. The initial criticism I got was like, oh, you're using Sochi, you're never going to make good tea out of it. I think the risk in was, let's go with something that would be a bit more resilient, that's already tried, true, and tested, and then eventually I'll expand on that and diversify and so forth. But I was quite thrilled. In all of the 800, I've probably lost maybe 3 or 4 plants in that. So they've held up well. Again, with the southern exposure, some good luck. But that was what I essentially started with.
Okay.
So I had the great pleasure of just calling up Brian Minter, who's a renowned, Vancouver, and he was quite thrilled, and it was neat to kind of explore. And so he's able to source some initially. Then Bernie Dinter on Vancouver Island, and then a few other sources. I've stuck mostly with the Sochi varietal. Some of the other ones didn't. I experimented a little bit, weren't quite as resilient. So I'm still going to be expanding. We have acquired property that we're planning on planting more, and I'm still in that stage of kind of determining where. I've had visitors from Korea I've offered up some Korean seedlings, which I'm going to explore and try to diversify a little bit. And I enjoyed that initial criticism, like, you can't make decent tea with Sochi. I've quite comfortable in the 15 years that the tea has established itself, that it's very much couch and cultivar. And this is actually the first time that I've offered up seeds. So we're actually selling seeds for the first time because I'm really confident that the seeds will take. They're very, very fresh. Most times when you purchase seeds, they're going to get shipped from somewhere else. And so we're excited about that experiment. I'm not an expert in growing tea from seed, so I'm going to leave that to others. But yeah, that was kind of the first foray into what's going to work, and let's kind of
I like the way you called it a Cowichan tea, because the terroir with the soil and the rain and the local environment really is making it your own.
Yeah, again, extremes. We had that heat dome. I don't like that term, but about 3 or 4 years ago, 43-degree weather, and I've lived in a variety of different hot places, but it was like blurry. It was just blurry, and the tea plants. I just planted the youngest ones, which were planted in 2015. So I should say planted 200 in 2010. In 2014, another 400, and then in 2015, another 200. Kind of spreading things out, and the newest plants suffered the most, but then they again recuperated. So yeah,
fantastic. I think the first time I came to West Home it would have been 2017 when I first moved back to the Pacific Northwest, and it was wonderful to see the plants flourishing. So you were saying that you're mostly self-taught, and have you traveled to different regions to meet with farmers and learn different techniques? Do you have some mentors that you work with?
I kind of did it in reverse. So I did, after university, I went to Japan, and that's what kind of immersed in tea culture. Not necessarily the ceremony of it, but just everywhere you'd go, you'd have, it's an invitation. It brings people together, and that remains at the core of West Home and sharing of tea and being steeped in nature. So I had experience not on actual farms, and then traveled through China a little bit later. So I was always exposed to it, but never really pursued it because I never thought of putting on the tea farmer hat until very much later. So ironically, and I've been trying not to sound obnoxious at all in this process, but it was been interesting to have tea growers from Assam. I've had Taiwanese. I've had folks from Cuba who are actually growing tea.
Oh, amazing.
There's a lovely person, Big Island Tea from Hawaii. So I've had a lot of folks come to see what I'm actually doing. What is this a novelty? Is it for real? So that's been kind of the way I've been learning in that way. And there really hasn't been a lot of mentorship. I mean, I think the traditional way is family, generation to generation, pass along information. There is a lot, but not a lot to learn on how to do, to make tea and grow. So it's really been truly me, somewhat in isolation. Again, not saying no for the last 10 years and not even coming here. So I've been sort of doing things on my own, in my own sort of way. And again, kind of learning through mistakes and learning more intuitively to what would work. So there's science, there's technology around machinery and so forth. Everything I do is all done by hand.
Okay, that was my next
question.
question.
So there's a science around oxidization that has to be very specific. But I've done things differently enough to make it interesting enough that a lot of tea makers are like, how did you do that? So that there's an onus on maybe innovation by not knowing. This will sound obnoxious officially, and I hope it's not being recorded.
Oh, it is.
So Picasso could paint because Picasso could draw. I've never learned how to draw. I've just been painting. Now I want to eventually, at some point, go into the technicality of it. But I'm enjoying and feel comfortable enough and love the tea enough to then share it with the world. And so that's in some way more artistry than maybe science and technology.
No, and I think there's great humility in the fact that you said that you take feedback from people that come to your farm and try your teas and ask how you did it, and then maybe they give advice from there and what works. And there's that exchange, and that also, I think, really helps develop your own Cowichan style of tea.
Yes, very rustic.
No, rustic is wonderful. I think that's what tea traditionally was originally. You know, you would have some tea bushes in your backyard, and you would make some for your family, and over time, tribute teas. It builds, but I think it's really lovely that you're doing it. So you've had some challenges. I like how you were transparent with that, because it's not easy. You know, I've traveled extensively throughout Asia, going to tea farms and meeting tea farmers. It's not an easy job. You know, we can sit here and glorify it, and we're seeing the beautiful photos, but it's hard work. You're out there in all the elements. Like you said, you have a team, obviously, but you're out there picking and processing. And can you tell us a little bit about your process? So you are you're picking the tea in your window of April to June, and so you only do one harvest a year?
No, so I should qualify. That's the first harvest.
Okay.
So the tea plants are dormant throughout the winter.
Yes.
Then they do what's called flushing out,
Yes.
which is what we were seeing there. The first harvest, I usually focus entirely on the first 2 rows, the tree frog green.
Yes.
Inspired by the Pacific tree frog, because on the farm, when the resonant sound is so overwhelming, it's usually a harbinger for the tea coming around. So hand harvested the fine buds and the leaves, steamed to stop the oxidization process, hence green tea. Then heavily rolled, bruised and manipulated to pull the oils from the stem to the leaf to the flower. And then I wok finish it. So it's a kind of a Korean style sencha. So very small quantities, but it's something I want to eventually share at some point, because if anyone hasn't smelled fresh tea being steamed, it's almost sensual, and almost erotic. Yeah. So I get the great privilege of being erotic by myself, but I would love to share that beyond. So again, very small harvest, very small batch, everything done by hand. And then as the summer evolves, then some plants will kind of lessen with the heat, and then there will be a summer flush. So then there's another, depending on rainfall, heat, warmth. And then ironically enough, just last week, with the change in weather and the rains and then the warmth, I was able to actually do a smaller fall harvest, which is a little bit more unusual. So again, similar to Darjeeling, where you have the first flush and you have second, you have monsoon season. Ours is a little bit similar in that way versus Sri Lanka, where all year you're harvesting all year. So it's really, again, a matter of I can't push the plants to produce.
No.
And so honoring and watching. 800 plants, again, does not produce a tremendous amount of tea. So we generally do about 36 or 38 kilos of fresh tea leaf, which usually gets reduced to about 60 to 80%. So you're about 18, 16 kilos is not a lot of tea. However, this year was even less because colder winter, and I needed to let the plants regenerate a bit more. And so the harvest came a little bit later, but I was really kind of thrilled with it. I feel like I'm on a tangent.
No, it's great. No, it's great. I
Yeah.
think it's wonderful, because I'm really inspired by the fact that you make it all by hand, because one of my ethos in sourcing tea and working with tea is I love to buy artisan tea, because it's a tradition, and with the mass growing of tea and how the industry has shifted and how more and more people love tea, that ancient tradition of picking by hand, rolling by hand, making by hand, all the thousands of different varieties of tea that you can make with these processes of experimentation over millennia.
Mm.
And so with you doing that, I think that's one step towards helping to keep that tradition alive. And so I hope that you're able to remain small, because I think there's something really beautiful in the craftsmanship and the artisanship of taking care and making something of quality and not quantity. And with that comes the taste and the chi that was really obvious to me. So I think that's wonderful.
It's
Yeah, please.
a bit of a tangent.
Yeah,
as well.
go.
No, it's interesting you say that because I haven't tested the tea for both caffeine levels or antioxidant levels and so forth. May explore to do that down the road. But there's something that happens. Again, we do import teas. Our team has a great privilege of understanding and actually plucking tea. So when they drop tea from Ceylon or Sri Lankan tea, they have a different relationship with understanding what it takes to actually do the tea. So there's a reverence for it as well too. But we find that, I mean, you mentioned it, Chi, that whenever we do drink the Canadian tea, there is a different effect.
Oh, 100%.
On a scent, whether it's maybe higher caffeine levels, but it's definitely maybe either the freshness, I won't say it's the tea making, but there is something that happens that's very, very different, and I think as a result
Yeah,
of
it's
a
very
lot
noticeable.
of factors. Yeah.
And I think that you can't have a lot of quantity for artisan teas. You know, a lot of these farmers, to make the amount that you would need to sell to make money to sustain yourself is almost impossible. So I think it's really great that you have your artisan and then you have your other tea that is fulfilling a need and also can enable you to keep doing what you love and cultivating your art. And it's like 10,000 hours. It sounds like you've put it in.
Feels like it.
Yeah. So did you bring some tea for us to drink?
Well, yeah. Again, in honoring the cozy. So this is the buoyancy of that. So Hojicha style, so that when the plants are skiffed or trimmed, which I do use an electric, not a gas anymore. So I then gather and then hand sort and then roast the tea. So this essentially is highly oxidized first off, so it is a green tea. But then the twigs and the leaf are very similar, again, to the traditional style of Hojicha. And so you can kind of see, again, the liquor. I don't know if folks can see from a distance how that holds. And allowed it to steep fully here because it won't necessarily oversteep. Lower in caffeine because, again, there's more caffeine in the leaf than in the twig. And then as a roasted tea, I think offers more of a fall kind of flavor profile. Some folks in the room, I think, may have already tasted it. So we're not tempting you, but we can share. There's more happening. I broke some rules as well. I was told that you can't pre-prepare tea at the tea festival, but I did steep some cold quail's plume just because I like breaking rules and obviously breaking a lot of rules. But you can try some of it either hot or cold at the booth as well too. So I shouldn't. Can I pour you some in your cup? I was going to keep a cup for Mark.
Oh yeah,
here.
please. Thank
Okay?
you, Mark. Yeah,
'cause
great.
Mark, I promised that I was going to give Mark his
Oh,
version
thank
of
you.
it too. But I'm going to start with you.
Thank you.
So we don't have a lot of formality at West Home in terms of what is a Canadian tea style, how do we do it, and honoring all traditions. We've kind of evolved and sort of developed our whatever is casual and approachable. So when we do our tours, a lot of people are expecting some sort of ritual. Ours is still kind of evolving. I really want people to be comfortable in the moment, explore, and enjoy tea. Mark, I'm going to get you to come and run over here and enjoy that.
I think that's a really massive part of contemporary society is we need more not dogmatic ways to come together and create modern ceremony with just presence and enjoyment of a simple leaf. And the beauty is you've crafted it, and then we can all come and share it together and have conversation. It's my favorite thing to do.
So your cup is not half full, and if it's not half empty, but if you are thirsty for life, we are definitely in the right place. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. True pleasure.
Oh wow.
It's not quite as hot.
No, but it's perfect for drinking, and I'm getting notes of cacao. It's really nice to drink darker roasted teas in the fall because they're really warming for the body. And it's lovely to have these teas, especially as it gets farther into winter and it gets darker earlier and we get tired earlier. And to have a nice digestive tea like this after dinner and curl up in front of the fire with a book is a really enjoyable way to spend an afternoon.
So when I cold smoke, so I use the maple chips and I use the exact same tea just to smoke it. The maple flavor doesn't come through. It's more of that smoky. Maple's a lot sweeter than lapsang souchong, which is generally a pine smoked black tea. So that's part of the inspiration came. But the maple won't necessarily appear on the palate. But when the cup empties and dries, there's a sweetness and a maple smell, which is kind of trippy and
Yeah,
kinda
I'm getting
weird.
a really nice undernote of sweetness as well. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh wow, great question. It wasn't until sort of maturing and probably within about two or so years, which I didn't pay a lot of attention to, and all of a sudden they were there. They were quite so. They were seedlings about a year, some year seedlings. So they within that frame, yeah, 3-4 years. Yeah, yeah. And again, some seasons like this season, it's already started a little bit early, and seeding is a whole other issue. And and some years not flowered at all. So the frost. Yeah, the frost will come, and if they're in that budding stage, and there's a variety of factors, not necessarily rain and so forth, but 2 years ago, I didn't have any flowering at all. The flowers generally aren't necessarily interwoven into either flavoring or tea and so forth, but we do sell them as a botanical to Sheringham Distillery that uses them, and the Canadian tea, very rough version of it. In their tea, in their gin called Beacon. Originally it was called Kazuke, and then they made it more Victoria local. So we have a great pleasure of working with them, but they didn't get any that year, so that was a little challenging. So there's again whole application which we've explored in the past. There's a whole culinary aspect to having tea and fresh tea leaves. We briefly I think chatted before. Vietnam, fresh tea leaves are drank as tea, where they don't necessarily process the tea. We've done some innovative things at the farm in the past where we had where actually dried tea leaves and had them dipped them in chocolate, and they actually like a prosciutto would be crispy and chocolatey, and we actually featured that at one of the, I'm giving away all my best ideas, at the Feast of Fields. And then there's a lot of, again, applications. So we actually sold fresh tea leaves at the farmer's market, and kind of like grapes. Here's some grapes. You can make wine if you want to, or you can crush them and make grape juice. And you can, a lot of culinary applications where you could steam them and put them in. One of the things that we did, one of the staff, Shauna, who's been with us for 12 years now, she's amazing, and had a great idea where you could actually take the tea leaves instead of basil and make a pesto with tea leaves, put that on a salmon. If there's nothing more West Coast than that.
Yeah, that's exquisite. That's lovely. Thank you, please.
Yeah.
And so when are you open if people want to come visit?
Yes, Wednesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. To 4 p.m., so somewhat limited hours. We, again, feature our tea shop where you can explore the world of tea and adventure. As you drive down through the farm, you'll be driving through the tea garden. We don't necessarily encourage folks to go on the slopes, so we kind of limit that, but certainly when we have guided tours, then you have the great privilege and intimacy of being on the slopes, which again often becomes a unique experience in that you're surrounded by tea plants, and sometimes when the fog and the mist comes in, you could be anywhere in the tea world, but you're in Canada, so it's quite unique.
And I think that's a really good point, because not everybody has the opportunity to go to Asia and have that moment of the scent of the morning mist on the tea leaves. It's, there's a definite ambiance and feeling of being amongst the tea. And so thank you for bringing that to the West Coast and making it more accessible for everyone. Yeah. And is there any more questions?
How are we?
Yay, I love questions. Oh, 2, great. Yes, please.
I have 2 questions just about the bushes and how
and
delicious.
Japan, and they grow like in
Hedges.
rounded, like is that just if you could talk about that maybe a little bit? And I was just wondering, do the plants actually do they send up runners?
Yeah. No, great question. Different techniques, different styles. A lot of that rounding is because a lot of machinery or robotics, or they use machinery which creates a beautiful form, and that's exquisite. That was initially my challenge in the beginning, or making mistakes, or lack of knowledge. So I had let some of the first two rows just go wild, where you're supposed to prune and shape and do all that. So Dankong, known as the one stem or the one tree style, which is kind of the ideal. So I've had a lot of people visit and go, what the hell are you doing, right? So again, in the experiment of things, what's going to produce more? So discovered many years later that the ones that went wild Canadian, don't know what I'm doing, produce more than the Dankong, the 2015s that I did all one tree. So then to qualify, Camellia sinensis is a tree. It's an actual tree but in an agricultural context, kept as a bush for harvesting. But UN protected areas in China, 1,200-year-old trees will grow extent, and all of that. I think my understanding is the oldest tea tree is like 3,600 years old. So
about 3,600 years old, and it's massive. Picture like a huge sort of madrona with, like what, 40 meters high, like beautiful. Beautiful.
The one regret that I do have, and it just came up lately, is that I never left one just be, like never touch it, so that what would it be? So I regret that a little bit, but I have few regrets. I'm pretty good on that.
You could maybe plant a rogue one, right, this year, and then maybe over time, in generations to come, possibly you'll have a nice old growth.
So I hope I kind of answered your question. There was no right way for me to figure out, but I've discovered that the rustic or the wild approach has served me more betterer. I've always been not like against how it should be done, but I've always been sort of like, well, how can I do it, and what will the effect be? It's not about really breaking the rules, and not making new rules, but trying to understand how do they want to be, like how do they want to be controlled or not controlled, and how will they produce and taste and all of that.
And this is a beautiful point about artisan tea making. You have the luxury of being able to listen to the tea. You have the luxury of having this communion with the tea. So it can be like, no, I just want to grow free and have these expansive arms where, if you're I've got to make tea this way, this is what's supporting my way of life, then you've got to produce a lot more. And so I really admire that you have this as your art, because it's something that we need more of in the world today. People that are making and crafting and creating for passion and for taste and for sharing. You had a question.
Same realm. I've seen pictures of tea farms in Japan and China, and it was a multi-generational farm. They had the older farm that hadn't been touched as much, and the newer farm that had been. And the newer one was terraced and in rows, and the older one was in these bushes were planted in triangles, so you could go all around them. I was curious if you'd ever experimented with anything like that, where you could access all sides of the bush.
Initially, it was the first 2 rows very singular, and then I did sort of a striation where it would be wider and more accessible and create more of a what you call tableau. In the lower section, it's a bit more rounded and so forth, but I did somewhat stick to the traditional, not traditional. So the first 2 rows were planted, and then people come and they're expecting to see like a vineyard, like rows and rows and rows. So I tell this story occasionally. So I had a buddy of mine shows up with 3 hours of demo time on excavator, and I'd done the first 2 rows by hand, and it was hard. So he said, I got 3 hours, what do you want to do? I said, well, if we had another 3rd row, it would start looking like a tea farm. And he said, wait, let me do this. So instead of giving you 160 feet, I'm going to give you 380. And he did this herringbone, which is what you would have seen in the original. So we ended up being better real estate, although the tea plants are still spread out quite a bit in the experiment. How is this going to work? So instead of 160, instead of 1 more terrace, I got a row of 8 more and 300 and tripled. And then a lot of the farmers who would come and go, why are you doing it like that? And I said, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but it seems to be working out because those worked really well. So I did start clumping them in the lower section so you can walk around them, and that's been both practical for staff to pluck, and then visually there's an aesthetic to it too that I think is part of the art form or part of what's welcoming in that way. So it's not all linear and so forth. Now, granted, on the new property, I'll probably be practical and do that and have some rows so people are like.
What's your vision with the new property? What are you thinking? What's the long-term arc?
Well, it's going. So I've had a lot of visitors actually from higher elevation Chinese who tell me that a lot of the there's no estates on obviously private land, but that there are farmers, generation to generation, who have 2,000 plants, about 2,000 plants, and they're highly sought after as tea makers. And a lot of people who've seen that model, when they come to West Home, they go, this is almost exactly like they're doing it in the smaller areas. And so another 1,000 plants to get us at around 1,800 or 2,000 plants would be a comfortable number where I don't have to then start to mechanize and can still invite and train more people and staff and have maybe more workshopping and engage more folks to help with that, but then to keep it very intimate and very
still
small.
handmade. Wonderful.
And again,
and it also gets your tea out there. It allows more people to drink the tea and share, and because right now, unless you know about West Home and it's not. You can't buy it anywhere else but directly through you.
Yeah, and through the website. We don't necessarily, other than Sheringham and Botanilos, don't wholesale the tea at this point, just because the direct sales are obviously, for obvious reasons, are direct. But it's something I do. I do want to share the love. And again, it is still an experiment too, or a representation of not necessarily fair trade, but the tea is at a premium. Part of the fascinating thing is in the early days when I was, starting and launching the tea, so the rare tea collectors don't take me seriously enough because I'm not expensive enough, and then a lot of folks locally have a coronary when they see the price of the tea. So it's kind of this weird little dance. But at the end of the day, it represents take very good care of staff and all that nature, and it's representative of what's comparable. And and tea can be received 3 or 4 or 5 times. There's value in that, and there's an essence to it. And supporting a local crazy endeavor is I'm so appreciative and privileged to bring this to the tea world and have the tea world come and be part of it. And that's why I'm really excited about being here today and really appreciate you and all of this.
It's been very insightful. I'm glad you could make it. It's been lovely getting to know you and chatting today. And are there any more questions? Okay.
I hope we're not.
No, we're perfect. This has been great. And I wish you much luck.
Thank you.
And I'm really grateful for the work you're doing. And we need more people making artisan teas and sharing in the world, especially here on the Pacific Northwest. And taking risks and loving it and enjoying it. So thank you.
Thanks.
And everyone, if you can get a chance, please head out to West Home and go for a walk. It's wonderful. You also, I sign up to your newsletter, and there's often different events that you can join in on. I've noticed some food pairing events. So please, people can sign up to the website off the westhome.tea.com and get all the information you need from the newsletter. And please go and support our local tea farmer here on the West Coast.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Privilege. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to take a break. And in about 10 minutes, we've got a fascinating talk coming up with Jared and Mr. Ziping of the Shan Wei Ho Tea Company and from Wuyishan. And, not Wuyishan, sorry. No, they're in Yunnan, is the Yiwu region of Yunnan. And they're going to be talking about pressing pu'er. It's a specialist that was passed down to Jared, and if anyone is interested in pu'er, this is going to be a really interesting talk about what makes a strong cake and what the process is, and you can learn more about the beautiful fermentation process of tea making with a farmer and factory owner in Yunnan. So thank you
Special.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
You can start.
Okay, tell him that we're just waiting for the go-ahead from the video producer, and then. Oh, we're good.
Just go ahead.
Okay,
now.
are we live?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Okay, well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the final talk here at the Tea Symposium, here at the Victoria Tea Festival Revival. My name is Jared Nyberg. I am president of the Tea Appreciation Society that puts on the festival, and my other hat is I own a tea company called Jaga Silk. And then I have Mimi Chiu joining me as a translator today. She puts on tea events in China, in Hong Kong, and she's also, I met her as a good friend of Pedro Vigilon, who's the owner of O5 Tea, and really excited to have her here. She's brought some pu'er with her as well that we're selling at the ITAS table. That's by donation for a very noble cause. It's helping with the elderly who are been kind of in abandoned villages or in areas where there's a depopulation crisis, and it's just helping to support them. It's in Yunnan where this is happening?
In Yunnan and Taiwan.
In Yunnan and Taiwan. Okay, wonderful. Okay. And I mean, not that the crisis is wonderful, but it's wonderful what you are doing. So,
Thank you very much.
And if you want to go up there and check it out at the ITS Rest table and contribute, that would be fantastic. We'll also put a link in the video once this gets posted. That's going to talk a little bit about where you can donate for that as well. We are, though, going to be exploring a really awesome topic that I'm personally very fascinated by, which is the pressing of tea cakes. And our guest is actually joining us live from China. I think it's Yiwu? Oh, Yiwu in Yunnan, right? And his name is Mr. Yu. Yeah, Mr. Yu, and he's with Shang Wei Hao. Did I do that? Okay.
Shang Wei Hao.
Awesome. Okay, Shang Wei Hao. And I understand, a family enterprise introduced to us through Lillian Lee, who's a tea instructor. And she was the one who introduced us, and we're just going to be talking a bit about some of the quality control flaws and wonderful possibilities, both kind of worlds when we're pressing tea cakes. But maybe we could ask Mr. Yu to maybe talk a little bit about what his background is today.
你现在可以讲一下你背景，介绍一下你们三位号。
哦，可以的，可以的。我是从2014年开始学习做茶，就跟着我师傅嘛。
He's starting to learn tea in 2014. 2014年嘛。
对对对，跟着我师傅。
That he's learning from his master 2014.
Okay, so he's 11 years learning from his master how to produce tea.
Yes, 已经11年了哈。
对，已经11年了，因为我师傅他是这边边疆的一个老兵，差不多有40年了嘛，所以基本上他这边整个云南他都去过。
Oh wow! Okay, amazing.
所以我就。对，这个公司也是我们后面之后我们一起创立的。
So they are the founders for this company.
Okay, amazing. And I understand it's a bit of a smaller company, which I prefer. I love companies that are not massive, but maybe I'm wrong. Is it fairly, like, is the scale massive? Is it fairly medium? Is it a bit on the smaller side?
你们的厂房是中型的还是小型还是大型的呢？
它是不一样的。我们在山上这个叫出制所，是负责鲜叶的出制加工。
Okay, they are from the mountain. Is with the associations, so it just focus on the fresh leaves.
Yeah.
And then also the processing.
Okay.
For that.
Okay, so is it like a small tea factory or a large tea factory?
那你们是算是一个小的工厂还是中型的工厂？
也不算小了，算是一个中型的了，因为它是一条线的，在山上出制好了之后在山下。
They have two producing line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's some mechanization that we're going to see. But not something
Not
like
the massive.
like not mass production. Okay,
Yeah.
that's really, really cool. Okay, we'd love to, I think, watch the first video if that's okay with him, and we can
Yeah.
talk about that a little bit.
那我们现在就看第一个视频吧。
好好好。
Okay, all right. I think let's launch that video. Let's see it. I think it's just quite short. Okay. Is there any sound?
Huh?
No. Okay. So we're just kind of checking out, I guess, the factory floor. This is where the tea cakes are being prepared. Those are tongs of pu'er cakes, it looks like to me. Am I using
Yeah.
the right language?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then maybe we can hear. Can Mr. Yu see this as well? No? Okay. So do you know what number the file is? Okay, 15. So if you can tell him we're looking at file number 15.
哦，对，我
maybe
们
you can
我
tell
们
us what
现
we're
在
looking
就
at.
看那个视频15，
The first file.
就是压饼的那个吗？
没有，就是有一题一题的
I think that's
绑
the
着
next
一题一题的，现在
哦，扎桶。
加的。
What are we seeing in that? Like, what is he showing us? Just kind of the factory production, or kind of
你现在
organization.
现在那个是你们在做那个茶饼吗？就是刚刚那个。
现在没有，现在在山上，现在是做红茶和熟茶。
Okay, what they are producing right now is the fermented tea and the black tea.
Okay, so fermented
Yeah.
meaning pu'er?
是普洱茶。
对对对
Yes,
这边只有普洱。
Real pu'er. Okay, awesome. Okay, and now we're talking about pressing today, so I guess we'll watch another video and I'll get into some more questions. But let's watch the next one as well.
今天我们是要看的就是那个压茶饼。
啊，那个
压茶饼。主要是压茶饼的那个短片。
啊，那个所有的流程我都拍过去了。
Can we watch the next video, Mark?
Okay, he gave you the whole process.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see this. So we're looking at the next video. This is number 16, I would imagine.
现在是第16个视频。
So I see pressing happening in the back there.
然后我们看到压的。
Baskets of leaves that I assumed have been.
然后我们看到那个茶是在那个篮子里面。
These are kind of smaller balls of tea.
这个是圆波
有一个蒸桶，对吧？
现在就是圆球的一个茶，在那个篮子里。
那是一个那是一个如果是蒸茶叶的话，它是一个圆圆的一个大的蒸桶。 把茶叶蒸软掉，
Okay,
蒸软掉，用那种用那
This
种
is the
布。
steam one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just put the tea in and then steam.
Okay.
我们在看那个蒸的。
对对对，那个它是要用水蒸气把茶叶蒸软，蒸软了之后放在布袋里面塑形。
That's how they get that dimple, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So steam first and then put it in the bag and then they start to press it.
With that that tie. And that gives you that that depression in the center.
Yes, right.
Okay. And so this is hydraulically pressed. Does he find that hydraulic pressing is better than stone pressing?
这个是你们机器压饼吗？那个？
那个是手工压的，但是它那个定型机就是有一个定型的机器，那个是气压的。
That is the mold that the air press.
Yeah.
Yeah, by hand. It's not from the stone.
I know. Sorry, I can see that. But I was just wondering if he has, he's doing it's like a mechanization. Some people feel that the stone pressing is better, but I assume he's getting a more consistent tea maybe this way by doing it through the machine pressing.
那个机器那个压过去的是，因为每个人想法不一样嘛，就是觉得用石头压是比较好，还是用？
它那个底下也是石头。 你可以看到那个视频里面吗？
是不是比较稳定？
它上面加压的是机器，但是底下塑形的是石头。
Okay.
也是那个石磨。
What he's trying to explain is like the bottom is still the stone, but the top is using the gas and the
hydraulic.
Hydraulic.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
So it's
kind more consistent.
It's almost a hybrid.
Yes.
Is this common? Do people do stone with that kind of hydraulic pressing, or are most factories doing kind of more like metal on both sides? And is this something unique he's doing, or is this common?
那我想问一下呢，他的问题是说，如果是2个石头的话，是比较传统的吗？还是现在都是用这个上面是石头，上面是气压呢？
也不是，以前的时候是这样的，以前的时候底下是一个木板，木板的时候，然后
the old style one, the bottom is the wood.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
对，然后用石磨盖在木板上，然后人站在石磨上。
And then the traditional one is the wood at the bottom with the tea, and then with the stone, and then the human being is pressing it.
Right. Okay.
It's not with the machine.
So we get more control over pressure. And is he finding that? I guess there's a lot of trial and error getting the ideal compression. What's like? Does he sometimes find that the tea gets too compressed, or it's not compressed enough, or?
那我想问一下，如果你们的石头在下面，然后茶，然后这是气压，会不会压得很紧？然后那个
这个不会的，它是
很稳定的吗？
啊
It will be very consistent, like very consistent. It's not going to be very pressed in the solid.
Is he adjusting it based off of the recipe or like the tea variety that he's using?
那你们是不是有一个标准的
？Like adjusting the pressure.
然后就是说多少的茶，多少的气压。
对的，是的，是的。
Yes, with the very consistent gram of the tea, and then the pressure, they measure it.
They measure it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess also the residual moisture in the leaves, is that become really important as well?
还有你们蒸的时候要蒸多久？是不是就是那个蒸汽都是很稳定的？
要蒸多久的话，这个都是看师傅的经验。他只要那个茶叶蒸软掉，不会碎就可以了。不能蒸得太久。
It cannot steam too long.
Right.
The leaves have to be very like in one piece. Cannot be broken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that they're kind of intact, but they've steamed enough so that they can form a cake.
Yes, right.
So, as a consumer, as somebody drinking tea, how do I know if it's been pressed with good quality or bad quality?
那如果一个客人买到一个茶饼，怎么会知道他们是买了一个好的压饼，还是不好的压饼呢？客人怎么知道呢？
你可以看它饼的形状圆不圆，还有一个就是说它的饼的薄厚均不均匀。
Okay, the first one to recognize this is a good compressed tea cake is round enough.
Okay, round enough.
And then compressed with the very 这是压的时候，这是那个厚度吗？
对，就是它四周，它是一个圆形四边的
So just get a sense of it. Like I've heard some people say you just need to drink a lot of pu'er to understand, what's an ideal thickness and an ideal compression. But I found some cakes I break into and they're very brittle, very challenging to work with, and some cakes are much easier to crack open.
因为呢，他说呢，有时候他的茶饼呢是很容易开，有一些呢这很难开。那什么原因呢？
它有2种情况，就是因为以前在压饼的时候，有一种茶叶是用私人手工压的，就是我们说的传统。
The one is easier to break is the handmade, like the hand.
Okay.
Like with the handmade to compress.
Okay.
这种茶叶它就是比较松，放几年以后它就会有点松泡。
Mostly just like a couple years, and it's gonna be like very easy to break.
Okay, so when it's really young, it's a lot more challenging, and as it gets older,
because that's the handmade, the human being to step on it, the very traditional one.
Those ones are easier from the beginning.
Yes, right.
But the hydraulic or the machine pressing.
Yes, it's gonna be a little harder.
At first, okay. Yeah, I love it when it's just easy to work with, and I like to put a little bit of the heart with the edge and.
因为他说那个呢。人手压的就比较容易开，他喜欢这种。
但是如果要是存放的话，还是要那种压得紧的是最好的，
If
因为
that
压
is
得
the
紧，
storage,
它的
the machine press is better.
It's better for storing.
Yeah.
It's just going to age
它
slower
压得紧，它
or
刺
just
激
differently,
香
just
气
more effectively.
散发出来。
是因为呢，它的转化会慢一点，还是它存放会好一点？如果压
它的
得紧的话
存放也会好一点，它转化的时候，这个香气的保留时间会更长、更香。
That's because the machine compress, the aroma will stay in the tea cake longer time.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Storage is a little better for that.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard an opposite argument is that the flavor develops deeper when it's less packed. But
因为呢，
maybe
他
that's
听
just
人家说呢，就是如果松泡一点的，然后它的转化会快一点，然后的味道会好一点。
它转化会快，但是它的香气还有它的耐泡度各方面存放的时间都会减少，会减弱。它只适合近几年喝，不适合长期存放。
Okay, if that's for the long storage, the compress is better because it can be last longer. The aroma can stay longer.
Right.
And then infusion spirit is more.
Okay.
If that is a little loose, dioxide is easier, but the aroma will stay shorter.
So it's protecting the nose.
Yes.
Because okay.
And then the infusion is the filter.
Interesting. Okay, let's watch the next video, Mark.
那
If we can.
另外一个我们现在看另外一个视频了。
We're doing number is it number 18?
第18。
Or no? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So we've watched the steaming and then the pressing and then this is. What are we watching here? So it looks like we are taking the tea out of the bag. What's happening here?
为什么它就揉一揉？
它揉是因为那个茶叶蒸软掉了，它要把那个茶叶揉得均匀，所以它才圆，它边边上的薄厚才是一样的，要不然就会出现椭圆，或者是说一边薄一边厚。
它还要放在另外一个地方。
Maybe it's a different angle, the same thing. I feel like we just watched this
Is that
video.
the same?
Yeah, I think it's the same video.
I think it's the same
I think we're on number 19. Let's watch. Oh, he's putting on a rack. Okay. So I guess how it's dried after the fact is also really important.
Yeah, just make sure that it's round enough.
So I've some people have told me that bricks are inferior quality to cakes. Is that doesn't make sense to me, but is that just a lot of producers are putting better quality product, or is it just age better in a cake form versus a brick form, or?
那我想他想问呢，就是呢，因为现在都是圆的嘛，有一些呢就是方形的，那是因为全方好一点，还是转化好一点，还是没问题的，都是
它都一样的，它只是形状有区别。
Same. Okay, so it's
just only the shape.
There's a lot of misinformation. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Or different opinions, I should say. Yeah.
它存放的好坏，主要还是在于茶叶本身，还有一个就是茶叶生茶嘛，普洱生茶在转化的过程中，它不需要太多的氧气，其实就是普洱生茶它的转化是属于厌氧转化。
He's trying to say that like the pu'er unfermented tea, it doesn't need a lot of oxygens. It needs to be like.
What do you mean by unfermented tea? The maocha?
Like just like when you compress so tight, and then it doesn't need to be touch a lot of oxygens.
Okay.
And then they oxidize slowly, and it oxidize themselves.
Right.
The tea cake themselves.
I see.
Is much more better, and also this depends on the leaves, the quality.
Of course.
Yeah.
And
This is what he tried to say.
Awesome. Thank you. What's the? Are we on number 19 then? Okay, number 19. So this is more a factory tour. I think this is one of the first ones we watched. This makes more sense here, I guess.
现在这个视频是走去
Maybe skip to the next one as well.
工厂吗？
So we're just kind of seeing how it's stored. So I guess storage becomes a really important conversation. Like we're packing these tea cakes into tongs. We're storing them in like carefully storing them in different places. As a producer, what does he recommend as an ideal storage environment?
那你们呢？要全放那个茶饼，你们最主要会建议在什么的情放的那个地方或者是环境？你们建议是怎么样的环境？
其实他对就是我们也没有要求啊，只要是整体是密闭的，然后卫生检测是合格的，包括现在茶叶，中国这边现在查得很严嘛。包括我们每年要拿茶饼送到这个检测局，它要有一个就是发那个检测报告，就是符合这个标准就行。
For the test, it needs to be clean.
Yeah.
So 全放的地方一定要干净，然后太阳不可以。全放。纯
放的地方是这样的，它只要干燥，就是说不要湿气不要太重，然后温度不能太低。然后也不能太高。
温度多少是标准是多少？
温度最好是在零上10几度到30度中间。
OK，
就是不要给它
For the
放低温的地方。
temperature it needs to be 0 to 3.
0 to 3, okay.
Yes.
So
and then it must
storage.
be clean.
Okay.
空气不用那么多是吗？
对，它不需要太多的空气。
It doesn't need to be a lot of oxygen in the storage.
Okay, so is a refrigerator a good environment if it's protected from the fridge smell, like if it's in like a container, or does he want to breathe?
算不算放进一个冰箱里面呢？
不需要，不可以放到冰箱里面。
It doesn't need to be put in the fridge.
Okay, 0 to 3 though, that's pretty cold. That seems like a refrigerant.
它跟绿茶有很大的区别，它你摆在一个干燥通风的地方，
OK，
适宜的环境。
你的温度是0到3吗？
不是0到30度，我的温度是我们那边常年温度是在20几度，仓库。
那仓库是20几度？
对，25左右吧。
25.
Okay, that's a big difference. Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense. Okay.
25
是零上。
对，
零上。
Okay, awesome.
Above 0.
Above 0,
yes,
but ideally around 25. Okay,
yes.
So 0 to 25. So for example, there's different theories about storage. One, for example, with balsamic vinegar, for example, another fermentation is they love variation in the storage environment. So they'll have the really cold winters and the really hot summers, and they feel that over many years, these massive changes in temperature really help to develop more interesting flavors. Does he find that a super stable environment is better, or does he think that that kind of variation makes for more complex flavors?
OK， 那你的茶呢？好像，比方说，好像橄榄油，然后不是橄榄油，是醋，它的温度是有高有低的。那你茶是不是一定要在一个频度上，还是有高有低会比较好呢？
它在一个恒温的环境上就可以。
Stable.
He likes a really stable storage environment. 0 to 25 seems like a massive amount of change though. Like is 25 like the ideal, but you can go to 0, but you just want to keep it close to 25?
那刚刚说的是25度，是平的25度，还是可以就下一点高一点，还是怎么样呢？还是25度
高一点低一点是没关系的，就是不要在20度到30度之间。
Just keep to 20 to 30.
Okay.
That's the range.
Okay, all right.
That's
20
the
to 30.
range.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, when I'm doing my fermentations, I really like 21 degrees. Okay, so that's interesting with pu'er. So keeping that 21 degrees centigrade, and you want to have kind of like a clean environment.
因为它全放的是21度。
And then moisture is my other question. I mean, some people say that you shouldn't store in Yunnan, even though it's produced in Yunnan. It's better to store in other.
那湿度呢？湿度大概要多少呢？
湿度的话大概是60到80。
60 to 80.
60 to 80%
Humidity.
humidity
Yeah.
is ideal. Okay. Okay, amazing. So let's watch another video. This is, I guess, the tying of a tongue, or did we watch that one? This is it. Okay. Okay. We're seeing a
什么
producer tying.
现在我们看的那个视频是在绑那个茶饼。
那个东西我们这边叫笋叶，就是竹子上它的一种笋壳。
They use the bamboo to wrap it.
对，它的作用是什么？它的作用
就是竹叶嘛。
它的作用是防水，就是吸味儿，就是说外面的味道不会影响到茶叶，然后有一定的防潮，就是这个作用。
There's the waterproof, and then mold proof, and then the aroma proof.
Oh, so it
Yeah.
it keeps the aroma.
Yeah.
It's waterproof, and it's gonna and protect it from getting dirty. That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So he's been doing this now, studying for 11 years under a master. Has he found that his cakes are improving over time and getting better each year? I guess it's hard to assess because you kind of need to wait until they age to really understand them, the work. But what are some things that he's looking at when he's trying to assess the quality of the cake?
那他说你已经有11年的经验，跟你的老师，那每一年都有进步的时候嘛，你都看到那个茶饼是怎么样的嘛？那现在你是怎么知道这个茶饼是好的还是坏的呢？
茶饼的话，如果说从最根本的原因，一个是看颜色，还有一个就是
Yeah, of course.
对，它看颜色是可以分辨这个茶叶是春茶呀还是秋茶呀，可以这种简单的分辨。
The color can assess this is the spring tea or the summer tea.
Yeah. Okay.
然后第二
然后就是说，剩下的话要看的话，就要把这个茶饼打开。打开之后，比如说我们把这个茶饼给它掰开来看，这个茶饼，对，这个茶饼是不是人家加工过，就是说撒过面的？比如说中间的茶叶比较碎，它表面的茶叶比较整，就是你掰开的话，它就可以看得出来。
Because when it's making the tea cake, maybe the inside is the broken tea leaves.
Right.
Yeah.
So you need to really understand it.
Yeah.
But I guess to clarify my question is, I'm just wondering, as he's studying, maybe what are some examples of changes to his technique that in production that has helped to make a better cake?
Okay. 那在你的学习里面，在你的经验里面，你怎么去改善你的那个更好的那个做这个茶饼？
其实这个茶饼如果要说口感的话嘛，就是我们从味道来讲，它的原料就是说我们这个茶树，这个茶树是优于一切的。只要你的原料好，你给它压成任何的形状，就是只要它是干的，它的口感都是一样的。它只是说那个饼是为了保存起来它好看标准。
Because that is trying to say is the quality of the tea leaves, and then it need to be standardized.
Standardized.
Yes.
Standardized quality tea leaves. So
yeah.
So my question being, what are some changes to his technique over those 11 years that have helped improve the cakes as he moves forward? So is he just sourcing better and quality leaves, or is there something that he's doing during pressing or during the process of going from raw leaf to finished tea?
在你的11年里面，你是怎么去进步，然后怎么知道那个比更好，每一年都更好？随了那个茶的质量，还有你的技术上面有什么改变？
应该是从刚开始我大学毕业的时候开始做茶，那个时候就是不懂嘛。后面是做了2、3年以后，开始跟着 2、3年以后跟着师傅学习，我们
And then
是
it's
在
learning
山
with
上，
the
我们后面我
master.
们
Yeah.
有自己的，对，我们有自己的茶地，我把我们自己茶地的茶叶拿回来，然后炒茶
And
练
then you
习，
learn like
然
to
后
pan fry it.
Yeah.
对，然后就是因为我们在山上嘛，在山上我们经常会有那种小团体的活动， 就比如
When
说
he
大
was
家
in the mountain,
邻居
he
之间，
always
就
have
是
the events
Yeah.
and activities.
或者是同一个村子的，就是我们是同一个村子的，我们会拿来斗茶，
Oh,
谁的茶叶好喝，
So
然
how
后
can they
哪块
improve?
Yeah.
They will have competition with other village.
Okay. So is it like, does he like adjust how long he steams it, the kind of the regions that he gets the tea from, just the amount of sort of, I guess, manipulation of the leaves before they get pressed into cakes? Like, I guess these are the things that he's kind of changing. Is he seeing, maybe the big question is, does he see that his cakes are tasting better now versus, say, 5 years ago?
Okay. 那你是觉得5年前的茶，你做的茶跟5年后你做的茶，是不是更好？
我觉得是这样的。
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And what would he attribute that to? What does he think is the reason why they taste better now versus 5 years ago? Is it just that interaction? Like, is there some sort of technical change he's done in production? I'm just interested. I love this stuff. So yeah.
那为什么会觉得现在
Without
比
giving
较
too
好？
many
是
secrets
因为
away.
是因为你的技术好啦，还是茶的质量好啦，还是你的工艺比较好啦？
其实是因为我就是做茶做的就是懂得越来越多了。就打个比方说，我们现在可以通过鲜叶，就是这个茶叶采回来的叶子，就可以分辨出来它是不是古树的，可以闻它的味道，还有它握在手里的手感。然后还有它的重量，就是古树茶和小树茶的区别，都是通过这些经验，然后就觉得自己现在茶叶做的比以前好很多，而且实践的次数嘛，比以前要多得多嘛。
Okay, that is because his experience is more.
Yeah.
By the color.
Yeah.
By the weight.
Yeah.
By the look.
Sure.
Of the tea.
Yeah.
He got experience.
Yes.
And then he knows that is the good tea or not the good tea.
Yeah.
And then that's why it's a lot better right now.
So he can assess the raw material better now than he could 5 years ago, and he knows what raw material is going to produce a more ideal cake. Now, it sounds like his pressure parameters kind of stay the same, and his aging, sort of his storage environment is the same. And the big change for him, and it may not even be that big of a change, but this is how he's improving his quality, is just really the major thing is that assessment of the raw material.
OK， 因为呢，现在你的技术工艺上都稳定了嘛，是不是你在那个压饼是很标准化，然后你的工艺，你选择的那个茶的质量好了，所以你就有进步的，现在比较好的情况吗？你懂我意思吗？
现在是这样的，现在我们生茶的基本就生茶的从采摘加工制作，基本上全都是稳定的，这些几乎的话都已经掌握了。现在我们在做实验，为什么我在这个山上已经待了30几天了？我们现在在做实验，就是发酵这个熟茶，怎么能把这个熟茶就是比以前的，就是在以往的阶段再做一个突破嘛。
你待在山上30几年是吗
？30几天，就是连续，因为对我在山上发酵这个熟茶嘛。
Okay, he's staying in the mountain 30 days now.
Okay.
And he's doing the fermentation over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's teaching him more, I guess.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And just learning and going. Let's watch. Is there another video? I think is there 2 more?
那我们再看另外一个视频。
Can we watch this one? I think this is the last one, hey? Okay.
这个应该是包茶了。
I guess it's the wrapping.
Yeah.
Okay. That seems pretty important. I guess this is when we get into issues around, I guess there's issues around, people trying to make authentic tea cakes versus, there's less, there seems to be issues around sometimes people use really good leaves on the outside but not good leaves on the inside, and there's people that that pretend that a tea cake is older than it is and all of these things. How does he manage that process of making sure that it's clear that his product is using good quality leaves the whole way through, and that the year is transparent? Is he using some sort of certification system, and what does that look like?
那你们现在的茶饼呢？你是会控制你的茶叶全部是很 OK 的吗？因为呢，你刚刚说了，你要搬开才知道中间是不是好的。然后现在你是有控制那个茶叶的质量吗？
我们的质量都是只有一个呀，就是都是它里面外面全部都是一样的。我刚才举那个例子，它只是说一种特殊的情况，比如说这个茶叶卖得很便宜，它会造假嘛？正常情况下都是没有。
Okay, he is like standardizing all the tea leaves in the good shape and then with the good quality.
Okay.
And then stay. 那你们压饼的标准也是就是同一个道上嘛？
对，压饼的标准都是一样的，它就是通过蒸茶、熟茶。
So I guess it's more like, I guess in this situation, and like with many situations, we just, as tea drinkers, if we drink his tea and we grow to like it over many years, then we just, it's developing trust, and that's how we'll know that it's going to be good year on, year out. And so it's just that particular company. Because I've seen, like, sometimes you see, it looks almost like bank currency. It's like a scannable thing. Has he used that, or is that something that he does not use?
你们有没有认证啊？
是什么认？欧盟认证还是？
就是有什么的认证呢？那我们就是喝茶的人，就是会很安心的喝你们的茶。很有信心的。
去年还有今年，他有一个，因为有朋友做出口嘛，跟我拿我们的茶叶去做那个化验报告，有那个好像有个是欧盟还是什么的，有个认证。
Okay, they do have the certificates for the Europe. From Europe. So because last year they have the tea export, so they do the test, and then they got the certificate.
而且其实还有一个比较简单的，就是基本上能出口的茶叶，它都不会有农残，也不会有什么各项指标，几乎都不会超标。
So he just trying to say that the tea can export to other countries. That normally is the chemical is lower.
Okay.
Or organic.
Okay. So it's talking about more cleanliness certification. I have a question, just because I've seen some people take tea that they've been aging loose, and then they actually get it steamed and then pressed into cakes, and they find that even though maybe it was loose for 10 years of its life, and then they press it into cakes and they age it in a cake. Does he think that that's crazy, or is that a way of kind of change? Like I asked this because I'm interested in taking some tea, and I want to take some like really good Japanese tea from or some Bhutanese tea, and I want to press it into cakes. And I'm curious if he has any advice for me, or if this is just a lost cause.
他有一个问题呢，就是说他有一是散茶，然后呢，他是不是应该把它蒸了，然后变成一个茶饼，然后存放会久一点，还是怎么样？你有一个建议吗？因为他是有一些散茶，他认为变成茶饼了都可以存放就是久一点，是不是这样子？
是的。
Yes, it is.
他要存放的久的话，是一定要压饼。
Yes, if the loose tea, you want to storage the longer time, it is better with compressed with tea cake.
You can press it in a cake. So we have these square molds, okay, and we want to put the tea into and maybe like steam it a bit first, and then we want to have a brick, and we're going to press it like this. Does he have like a suggested pressure? Like, should we be doing like 40 kilos of pressure or 2 kilos of pressure? Or what's his advice for a steam time too?
他现在呢有一些散茶，他呢只有一个方形的模。然后他想蒸了那个茶， 然后放着那个膜，但是有压的时候要用多少公斤呢？有没有建议呢？
他那意思，他有个盒子呗，要放在那个盒子里面。
是，它有一个膜，方形的膜。
啊，有个模具。
是的。
那个如果他是要拿那个模具压的话，那个压力最起码要上吨的。
好，上吨。
要不然的话，他的茶叶是这样的。
那我想问一下，
因为他那种方形的模具，如果它压力不够的话，他把茶叶蒸软了压进去，那个茶叶在冷的时候又会胀起来，会变形。
那我想问一下，你比方说它那个方形的可以压多少就是多少个克数？如果它压了100克的话，也要吨吗？
要看它模具的大小。
那
它
比方说它的模具是100克，放100克的茶是用多少的石头压？
你如果让它不变形的话，怎么也是要100克的话，也是要个500-600公斤的。
Okay, if that's the 100 gram,
yeah,
that's the 500 kg or 600 kg for doing that press.
So you need 500 kilograms of pressure on 100 grams of tea.
Yes, right.
That you've probably steamed to soften.
Yes, right.
And then once you press it, then you're going to probably dry it on kind of racks. And for drying it, same idea, 20 to 30 degrees centigrade, or should we go a little bit hotter while we're doing the drying?
好，现在呢重量已经解决了。如果这样子的话，它需要多少天，还有多少时间去变成一个饼？那个空气那个温度的存放是多少呢？
它是让这个茶砖变成什么？
茶饼就是比方说现在100克的茶，它用500公斤的石头已经压了，它需要压多少天？第一，第二呢，就是它的存放的那个温度是怎么样？
它不用压多少天，那个1-2分钟那个形状就定好了，就没有关系了。只是需要后边你通过，就是说找一个没有味道的，温度大概在40，不要超过45度，45度以下，30度以上的地方，然后把这个茶叶放干就可以了。
Temperature is
但是
30 degrees.
不能见阳光。
45 degrees down.
Between 30 and 45.
Yes.
Okay.
When you compress a couple minutes is fine.
Okay.
And then you have to store the places very clean.
Okay.
And no odors.
No odors. Okay.
Yeah.
So really protect from aromatics. When you're steaming the leaves so that you can press them, how long should you steam them for in the bag?
Okay. 那如果他要蒸那个茶，他要蒸多久呢？
蒸的话也很快。你可以看到那个茶叶一软了，它那个茶叶它就会变软，它会塌下去。
Okay, it can be very fast when you see the leaves like go down.
Yeah.
With soft.
Yeah.
Then
you're ready to go.
Yes, right.
Okay, so you can obviously, and he can taste if it's steamed too long. What happens? What are you tasting if you've steamed too short or too long in the end product?
如果它蒸的太小时间，或者是太长的时间。是怎么分别呢？如果它太小的时间是怎么样？
它蒸的时间短的话，这个倒是无所谓。蒸的时间短的话，它那个茶叶可能稍微有点硬，它重新再蒸一次就可以了。但是如果蒸的时间长了，这个茶叶的味道就被蒸淡了，因为那个水蒸气，它那个茶叶会吸收这个水蒸气嘛，它蒸的多了，相当于茶叶吸水都吸饱了，它会流出来很多那种，就是相当于我们泡过茶的那种茶水。
就是没味道了，是吗？如果蒸太久，
就是味道会变淡。对，会变淡。
If that's steaming too short, it doesn't matter. You can steam a little more to make it soft.
Sure.
Okay, but if too long,
actually
the aroma will be less.
Okay, so it's going to impact the aromatics if you steam for too long. If you steam too little, then I guess you just steam a little bit more. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay. That's awesome. Okay, I think we're getting close to actually the end of our time with Mr. Yu. I just wanted to thank him and for all of his knowledge sharing and for waking up so early for us and to just be participating in this way live from Yunnan. It's just really, if you can express our gratitude to him.
那
Yeah.
现在呢，他想谢谢你那么早起来，然后呢，就是在云南那边又你那么早起来，然后你也分享了你的工艺给我们。
哎呀，没有，他这个倒是没有关系，这个
You're
大
welcome.
家基
It
本
doesn't matter.
统一这
So
么做。
right now is just we exchange the knowledge.
Thank you. Does he have
我
any
们
final
我
things
们
that he'd
真
like
正
to tell our
不
audience
讲
here?
的是，
有没有东西想对我们的观众说一下？
我觉得其实，比如说普洱茶嘛，你像我们现在今天了解的只是一个加工的过程嘛。
Today is
其实
what we learned, what we share is the process.
Yes.
其实普洱茶最重要的点是在它的源头，在它的茶山、它的
Okay.
茶树树种，
明白。
还有它炒茶的工艺。
Okay.
这个
The
我
most
觉得这个
important
才是
thing
普
for
洱
the
茶
pu'er
最重要的
tea
一个因
is
素。
the quality from the origin.
Yeah.
What we came from.
Yeah.
The quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
And
makes sense. Yeah.
还有什么吗？
还有的话嘛，就是欢迎你们有时间可以过来云南到茶山来看一看
Welcome
嘛，
to
看一看这
Yunnan.
些。
Okay.
If you
Yeah.
guys have time, you guys are always welcome.
Yeah. I want to go to Yunnan someday. That would be amazing. Yeah.
它每一座茶山，就是每一座茶山，每一个村寨，它的味道它都是不一样的。
Every
所以
single
它的
mountain, every single area of the tea plantation with different tastes,
I
different
believe it.
quality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very exciting. Okay, well,
Mhm.
thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
谢谢，谢谢。
we can, yeah.
谢
awesome.
谢。
不客气不客气。
Thank you so much. All right, and hopefully maybe you can get some more rest today. Thank you so
那
much.
希望你可以多一点就休息了，今天。
哦，好的好的好的。
有一个问
sorry.
题要问，有一个问题要问。
Questions, yes.
什么问题？
Do you want to ask that question for him? I don't know if he can hear it, not through here. If you can repeat the question.
你可以，you can ask, then I can.
Okay. I want to ask. I noticed in kind of previous decades, tea cakes are a lot more compressed, and now it seems like the trend is for tea cakes to be pressed much more loosely. I was wondering if you can kind of explain why there's the change of the trend in the market.
Do you want me to repeat that too?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so there's in the past there was the tea cakes that were really like
Tight.
tight, and then now the trend seems to be that they're a little bit looser. So especially over the last 10 to 20 years, is seeing this change, and he's wondering if why they're being packed a little bit looser these days.
他的问题呢，就是以前呢，他的茶就是市场里面的茶饼呢，就压得比较紧的。那现在呢，就比较松，是不是因为那好一点呢？还是它的工艺改变呢？还是怎么样呢？
就是他以前买的时候很紧，现在
以
很松。
前他发现以前在市场那些茶饼是比较紧的
啊，
但是呢，现在呢就比较松一点点的，是因为它的工艺改变，还是质量比较好，还是怎么样呢？
也不是说工艺改变，它包括现在也是有的饼松一点，有的饼会紧一点。它一般都是根据就打个比方说，根据他的每个人他有不同的客户群体嘛，他是根据他的客户群体来定的。
OK。
但是在我个人来看，如果说这个茶叶你要长期存放的话，紧一点它是最好的。
Okay, so because of the every single customer group is different.
Okay.
Some of those would like to tighten, some of those would like loosen,
Yeah, okay.
a little loose. But in his personal opinion, the tighten one is better for the storage.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right.
是不是现代的趋势就是比较松的，还是你觉得现代的比例跟以前的一
He explained it because the customer group were different. Some of the different group with the tighten one, some of the different group with the loosened one.
But has the ratio 那个比例
那
变化了吗？
那他的问题是说，它的比例有没有变化？就是说，紧的跟松的，它的比例。
So you're wondering if the ratio has changed?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by the
哦，
ratio?
它这个饼呢是这样的，
现在
压的
市
松的那
场上
个
How common
它
it
在
is
2-3年的
amongst-
时
okay.
候，它这个茶汤颜色就变得很松，它那种转化的香气就会出来。但是随着它时间的变长，它存放到5年以后，它的香气慢慢的会弱化，它的味道也会变，就是弱化。然后，但是我们这种压得紧的呢，它前5年它转化的很慢，但是5
这个是
年以后，
明白的
甚至10年以后，这个紧一点的茶叶会更香。
Okay.
马酒是那
Well,
个
let's-
之前怂的都溶掉了，然后现在
What is the question?
紧的。
So his question is like the tighten and the loosen one.
Yeah.
Right now the loosen one is like less aroma,
Yeah.
and the tighten one is still keeping the aroma
Okay.
longer time. Yeah, this is the ratio. It doesn't have a typical ratio. It's just like the tighten one is still, what he's trying to explain is the tighten one is still keeping the aroma, and the loosen one is less aroma, like within like
And then I
5
guess there's
years.
various
Yeah.
different perspectives, I guess, on what is. You know what we'll do though? We do have a good connection with Mr. Yu.
Yeah.
If you have more questions, I'm really happy to pass them along. I'm really interested in this stuff as well. So I'm not just saying this, and those who are watching the stream too. If there's some questions that you have over any of the talks that have happened, we'll do our best to pass these along to the people that are speaking. There's been some wonderful talks today, and I would love to have had more time to explore these themes even deeper. So I would love to do that. So please follow up with them. But again, I would just love to say thank you to Mr. Yu
谢谢你，于先
for all of
生
his。knowledge
于
and
先
for
生，谢
answering
谢
my
你。
不客气。
因为如果还有其他的问题呢，其实我们在网络上啊，可能Gerald 就可以跟你联系，然后再问你那个问题，然后我们再回答。
可以，反正有什么问题我们都可以交流。
If any
因为
questions,
对
can exchange opinions online.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Okay.
谢谢。
谢谢。Okay. All right.
不客
Thank
气，
you.
不客气，不客气。
Okay.
哎，
All right.
好，那再见。我这边挂掉吗？
可以了。Can off,
哦，
can
好
can
的
end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Bye.
谢谢。
Thank you, Mimi. Thank you
Thank
to
you,
Mimi
thank
as
you,
well.
thank
you.
you.
Okay, and I'm gonna welcome Jen back on here to say goodbye to everybody. We're
yeah.
getting to
Hi,
the end.
everybody.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Mimi.
Thanks, Mimi.
Really
Shishini
appreciate it.
Mimi.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, so
What a
yeah,
success.
I'm gonna hand these over. Thank you, Mimi. Really appreciate all of your help
What
there.
a success
Yeah,
today
well,
has
it was-
been.
It's been really beautiful. We had so many people going through the Nootka Court here, hey, in Victoria.
It was jammed.
Yeah,
Our
really-
cup was full.
It was.
Our cup was
tea-
overflowing.
with the tea love, it was good.
It
yeah.
was. And you know, I was saying earlier that what I loved the most
Yeah,
is that you walk through and everybody's smiling.
yeah. There's a lot of cheer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody's
And I
smiling.
hope we have a lot of tea drunks.
Oh,
Yeah,
hello.
yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, no, it's good.
But I just want to once again say that we're a nonprofit and the International Tea Appreciation Society, and we host the annual Victoria Tea Festival Revival
That's right.
annually.
Yeah, and it's our 10th
And
year.
10th year. We're all volunteers,
Yes.
and so, but we do it for the love, you know.
Yeah.
But what helps is that I would love to give a special thank you.
Yeah. Hey,
Please.
Drew, come on up here. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is PSII, the open studio at PSII is the ones who are letting us use this space.
Have donated
So,
this space
yeah,
for 4 years in a row.
4 years in a row. So thank you so
that,
much.
It really allows
And,
the
and we
simple
have
thing
our
to help in.
volunteer headquarters in here. We
Yeah.
now have our rare teaware gallery in here. Those are critical parts of our festival now. So thank you
Yeah,
so
and
much
the
for that.
education
Yeah, I really
process. Thank you
appreciate
so much.
Yeah, so our high school, Pacific School of Innovation and Inquiry, is here in Nootka Court upstairs, and then this is our studio space. And then we're starting a new initiative called the Open Studios at PSII.
And what it is once the school day ends and we kind of we want to keep the doors open. The idea is open studio. So it's gonna be a youth-centered creative arts hub for live music performances. There's music rooms for music lessons, band rehearsals, and then we're also really wanting to incorporate as many community events as we can, like the International Tea Appreciation Society's festival here and other workshops and things like that. And so if you want more information, I got some info at the door there. And we just want to say thank you to you guys for bringing culture and community to Victoria and around the world with your live stream.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Drew. Awesome.
We can put a note on the website
We
for
totally can.
a link if you
and
have
connect
friends or
people.
family that would be interested with youth joining this program.
Yes.
And that would be
And
a
having
great way
events
to
here.
support and
Yeah.
have an event here.
But
Jared,
yeah, documentaries
success.
were great. The workshops were great. The ITS table was fantastic.
Who
the
won
27
the Gong Fu Tea Championship?
The tea champion this year was Herb the Third. Yeah, Herb the Third. So yeah, give it up for Herb.
Fantastic.
Yeah, amazing.
I'm always not surprised, but sort of wowed by the interest and how excited people get over the Gong Fu Tea Championships.
It's pretty cool.
I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I know we're going to try this year to put up some of that competition up online, so you can check that out as well if you did miss it. But for now, I guess we just
big thanks.
Big gratitude. Hey,
massive gratitude for 26 merchant educators.
27.
27.
Yeah.
Coming out for the love and sharing their wisdom and their tea and all the other pieces that they brought. So thank you, Jared.
Yeah, thank you,
for
Jen. Yeah, and thank you,
hosting this
everybody.
here. Yeah, and thank you all for coming, because every single person adds to it.
Yeah, and here's to 2026. I think it's going to be on October 3rd. Actually, I know it's going to be October 3rd, if that's the first Saturday in October. So always pay attention. First October, Saturday in October. Every year, this is when the Victoria Tea Festival Revival happens. So thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
Yay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.